Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, November 17th regular meeting of the Walnut Creek City Council. This meeting is being held in accordance with the Brown Act as currently in effect under the State Emergency Services Act, the Governor's Emergency Declaration related to COVID-19, and the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20 issued on March 17th, 2020 that allows attendance by members of the City Council, city staff, and the public to participate and conduct the meeting by video conference. Video conference locations are not open to the public. As some attendees may be participating in their first Walnut Creek City Council meeting or their first teleconference meeting, I wanted to welcome everyone and talk briefly about the public comment process. For each agenda item, there will be an opportunity for the public comment on the item. Thus, if you desire to speak on an item on the agenda this evening, please hold your comments until the council considers that item. Additionally, we have a section on the agenda entitled Public Communications, which is for public communications for items not on the agenda. Any comments during public communications during that section should not relate to an item that is on the agenda this evening. When I open the public comment period, use the raised hand feature or press *9 if you're connected by audio only. This will alert the staff that you have a public comment you would like to provide. We ask that everyone who wishes to speak on an item, please use the raise hand feature to state your intent to make a comment. Please wait your turn, and once brought into the meeting, state your name, the city of residence for record. As the council is conducting these meetings via this video conference, and given COVID-19 pandemic, and the increased number of speakers that have wanted to make comments on various issues at our meetings and consistent with city policies related to public comments, each speaker will have 2 minutes to make the remarks. The Zoom feed for each speaker will be cut off automatically at 2 minutes. The council will accept oral comments. Written comments have been and will be posted to the city's website for public review and are included in the meeting record, but will not be separately read into the record. To provide a live remote public comment, join the Zoom video conferencing meeting. The meeting ID and password are 942-8305-2648. Again, the meeting ID is 942-8305-2648. The password would be 421439. Again, 421439. Should you choose not to provide comments but would like to view the meeting, you may do so in one of the following ways. You could watch our YouTube live, visit the City of Walnut Creek's YouTube channel, or you could watch the cable broadcast on Comcast Channel 28 in Incorporated Walnut Creek, Rossmore Channel 26, Wave Channel 29, and AT&T U-verse Channel 99. Or you can watch the live stream on the city's website. Please join me at this moment at the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm waiting for the flag. There it is. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Waddell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Here.
And Mayor Haskew.
Here. At this moment, I have the distinct pleasure of asking our State Senator Glazer to come and address the City Council. City Clerk, would you please invite him into the room?
Sure, just a moment.
Thank you.
Mayor, if we could just briefly pause, I'm going to give him a call. We seem to have lost him off the Zoom call.
We will wait patiently. Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome, Senator Glazer. It is our honor to have you come and join our meeting. Please take the mic and run with it.
Well, thank you, Mayor Haskell. Can you hear me? We had some technical issues. I'm sorry about that. We love our technology until it stops working, and then it's crazy, right? Well,
Did we lose him again?
Sorry, his camera came off.
Oh dear, okay.
with him and with the all of the folks in Walnut Creek. I wanted to take this moment to give you a little preview of some things that are highlights of the year past. And I also wanted to talk about some of the issues that we're going to be facing going forward. And I look forward to answering any questions that you have. I want to make sure again that you all can hear me because the technology here is a little strange. Can I confirm that, Mayor, that you can hear me?
I'm on mute because my computer makes a lot of noise. And so I now officially confirm we can hear you.
Okay, terrific. Well, I want to tell you that tomorrow is a very exciting event in my year because I get to honor the nonprofit of the year in my Senate district. These are wonderful nonprofits serving our community in so many amazing ways. And I want to especially acknowledge that the nonprofit of the year is from Walnut Creek. It's your own Trinity Center, which I know Mayor and council members, you know very, very well the wonderful work that they are doing. We're going to have a live stream presentation of their honor and award on my website Wednesday at 1:30. So if you're interested in participating and viewing and acknowledging their great work, the Trinity Center here in Walnut Creek, I look forward to that ceremony tomorrow. There's no question, we're meeting remotely for a reason. The pandemic is something that has enveloped our entire world in so many difficult ways. I know many who are watching this have experienced great hardship from that virus, both personally, among family, certainly friends and community. And it's been a big problem. And of course, I'm sure you're paying attention to the news. The news is not good. It's getting much worse as we enter the winter season, not just nationally, but here in California, in the Bay Area and Contra Costa County. I've worked really hard over the last 7 months to try to bring experts together to make them available to the community to help people understand and cope with these difficulties that we're all facing. I've had over 20 telephone town halls. I hope many of you may have participated in some of those. I'm expecting to do another one within the next week to try to give people the most current information about what's happening and hope to answer their questions, which I know the city of Walnut Creek and you leaders of Walnut Creek have attempted to do as well. but it's certainly been a traumatic time for everyone. And I see a light at the end of the tunnel, but we have some difficult weeks ahead if we don't all practice the safe requirements to curtail this virus until a vaccine is available. But in addition to all the work that me and my staff have done around COVID-19 and the consequences, none has been more significant than those who have lost their jobs and are trying to stay on their feet during this difficult time. The Employment Development Department, with millions of unemployment claims, has been underwater. My staff has done a great job of handling over 1,000 problem EDD complaints and concerns over the last few months. And that's a big part of what we do. Where there's problems in state government, we try to step in and do what we can to be of help. And there's certainly been no more acute place than in the Employment Development Department and unemployment benefits. So it's been a very interesting legislative year. You know, it was an abbreviated year where, because of health concerns, we weren't able to be in session all the days that were required, but we tried to slim down the legislation that was before us and try to do our best work. We focused on two key areas: the pandemic, of course, what things we should do to make the coping elements of the pandemic as easy as they could be. We focused secondarily on wildfire issues, wildfire danger. Many areas of my district, and Walnut Creek certainly is no exception, is very vulnerable to fires. With higher wind speeds, they can travel great distances in very short order. So we've worked in both those areas in the legislative process to try to do our work better. My own legislative portfolio was slimmed down significantly. I focused on the power outages that we have experienced in many parts of Contra Costa County. And I advanced 3 pieces of legislation that I want to briefly mention. One was dealing with cell phone services, another dealing with medical devices when they lose power, and finally dealing with hospitals where power shutdowns create enormous problems and in some cases crises. The first bill that I authored would require cell phone towers to have at least 72 hours of power backup to function. Many of our towers, when the power goes out, the battery life is very short. And so your cell phones that are a lifeline, both to call out for help and to hear notifications of problems in your area, could go out within hours of a power shutoff. I had legislation to require at least 72 hours of backup. The bill passed the Senate, was held in the Assembly. The good news is that the Public Utilities Commission stepped in and mandated a 72-hour backup. So we accomplished a lot of what we wanted to do with that legislation, and we hope to have that implemented by the utilities, shortly. Secondly, when power does go out, if you rely upon power for a lung machine, a heart machine, a refrigeration for your medications, if you rely upon power for an electric wheelchair, there's so many ways in which power isn't a convenience. It's not just about keeping things cold in your refrigerator. It's about life-sustaining needs that you have. And the utilities were not, in the cases of these PSPS events, providing that type of power for people who needed it. I had legislation to mandate that, also passed the Senate, and it was held in the Assembly, unfortunately. But the utility companies now are acting more quickly to identify those who are in need of power for life and ensuring that they're getting that type of power to them in some way, shape, or form. And we're going to monitor that and provide oversight over that and make sure they're doing their job correctly. And finally, in regard to hospitals, we have so many critical care facilities in Walnut Creek and in our surrounding area. And when the power goes out, while they may have some level of backup generation, everything really shuts down. You can't go into surgery with only one source of power. You have to have at least 2. And the hospitals were at risk because when you run those backup generators, you do create pollution. And the air quality boards were potentially fining hospitals for running those types of power generation. So we worked with the hospitals and we worked with the air quality community to try to ensure that they wouldn't be subject to these fines. And while we advanced a bill through the Senate, once again held in the Assembly, we've been given assurances that the air quality district is not going to fine hospitals for these types of things. Finally, let me mention one other bill that might be of interest to you in Walnut Creek, and that's the issue of short-term rentals. A year ago on Halloween in Orinda, we had that tragic shooting and killing of 5 individuals at a Halloween party at a short-term rental. And I know we have those circumstances all across our region, certainly in Walnut Creek. The penalties for renting out for these party houses has been very small and very minor. I had legislation to substantially increase the fine so cities like yours, if there were abuses going on, could at least hold a stick that would be more meaningful. That legislation passed the Senate and it passed the Assembly on the last night of our session in August, but was not able to come back for concurrence because of some legislative shenanigans. And so the bill hasn't advanced, but I will advance it again in the coming year. And I thought it was worth mentioning because I know you have these short-term rentals in your communities, and it's a source of income for people, but you also want to make sure that it's done in a proper way, it's regulated in a proper way, and it doesn't create undue nuisances in neighborhoods and communities. And certainly these party houses, which have come into play even in the pandemic, can be very destructive, and in the case of Orinda, really deadly. So now looking ahead to 21, again, we're facing a COVID environment, at least certainly at the start of the year. And so I'm trying to focus on things that are most important. So I am going to advance legislation. In particular, what I'm going to focus on, and I think you'll appreciate this, is that we have to provide relief to local governments who have been hard hit by this pandemic. And we're working with our friends in Washington on the next relief bill that will be crafted now more clearly by the new administration. We have to help our school community. We have to help our cities, our counties, our local governments, which are, and from your own budget circumstances, are going to bear the brunt of this pandemic as you deal with very tough choices about how the services that are so important to your community can be funded. And I'm sure you're seeing that the brick and mortar community, which again, very important in Walnut Creek, that so many people now are ordering off the internet. And a lot of that sales tax money is not coming back to Walnut Creek. So we have to refocus on this inequity on internet sales and where that money goes. But it's going to have big impacts, I predict, in your community and many others. And we should be talking and working together to figure that one out. I'm going to advance some issues in regard to mental health. I'm going to advance some issues in regard to higher education, PSPS events, as I've talked about. So let me just close by saying that I thank you all for the great leadership that you have provided in your community. Let me note, I know this may be, I don't know if it's final meeting for Councilman Waddell, but I wanted to thank him in particular for his service, because I know it's coming to a close, at least on the city council. Thank you, Justin, for all the work and the partnership that you've had with me and my office. I hope that we can stay connected and engaged going forward, not just with him, but with you, members of the council and your city staff. I have on this call George Escudia, who's my district director. Many of you know George. He's a great point of contact for me when I cannot be reached. So Mayor, I hope and I know that you know George and know that he should be a very accessible resource, as I hope I am to you and your colleagues and your staff. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to talk with you tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Glazer. You're right. You're very approachable. I really enjoyed talking to you, and you've always been very helpful every time we've needed attention. So thank you so much for all you've done for Walnut Creek and the whole district for whom you work. I'm checking with my fellow council members even as I speak to see if anyone else wishes to add their comments. I guess
actually just briefly, and Senator, thank you. There's a lot of issues that you hit on that I think will be important to Walnut Creek and our residents, and you certainly can count on us to be able to be cooperative partners in that should you need it next year.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you.
Thank you. Really, really honored that you came and joined us, and hi. We're on to our next topic.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be safe out there.
Back at you.
Yeah.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Before I go into my reading, I am going to announce that at the end of the consent calendar, the council who has not had any break since 4, is going to take a 20-minute break, and then we will be back to continue the meeting. But at this moment, we're going to take on the consent calendar. Does any council member wish to pull an item for discussion? Seeing none, does any member of the public wish to comment on an item on the consent calendar? And it has to be on the consent calendar. If you do wish to make a comment, please raise your hand or press *9 if you're on audio. Are we seeing any response?
It looks like we do have one speaker.
Thank you. Please bring that person forward.
Herman and Cook.
Thank you. The person who has just been brought in, you might still be on mute. Thank you.
Yes. Hello,
Hi.
my name is Kim Cook, and I actually want to take this time to thank the Walnut Creek Open Space for what they're doing to our for what they're doing with the cows on our trails. 3 years ago, the cows destroyed our trails. And as a trail runner, I appreciate their hard work with keeping the cows behind the electrical fence. It is made the ability for myself and all my fellow friends to go out into the open space without having to worry about spraining our ankles or worrying about if the cows are in front of us. And I want you to know, City Council, that the Walnut Creek Open Space has done an amazing job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Let me remind everybody in the attendance that we are only taking public comment for items on the agenda, which is the approval of council meetings, acceptance of warrant registers, adopting a resolution delegating authority to the city manager, and the transfer of funds. Is there anybody that wants to speak on that topic specifically, those topics specifically? City Clerk.
Mayor, I don't see any hands raised for public comment.
All righty, then I'm going to bring it back to.
I will move adoption of the consent calendar items to A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. And a second, from Councilmember Francois. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye. Okay, as promised, we are now going to take a 20-minute break, and we will return at 10:07 if I'm counting my 20 minutes correctly. All right, see you then. Thank you. Welcome back. We are now at item number 3, public communications. This is the portion of the meeting that is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Again, not on the agenda. Under the Brown Act, the council cannot act on items raised during public communications, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarifications, or refer the item to staff. Does any member of the public wish to provide public comments at this time? Please use the raised hand feature if you are connected or *9 if you're connected to audio only, if you would like to make public comment. For those who desire to provide public comment on an item not on the agenda, raise your hand now. Please raise your hand now if you intend to make public comment during the public comment period. Do not wait. Written comments have been submitted and posted on the city's website for public review and are included in the meeting record, but will not be separately read into the record. At this time, I will ask the city clerk if there are members of the public who would like to provide comments.
Yes, Mayor, we do have members of the public wishing to speak. We can go ahead and start bringing them in.
Would you please?
First up, we have user Bever.
Hi, Beverly is here. Can you see me?
We can and hear you as well.
Got it. Sorry. Hello, my name is Beverly Freiberg. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek. I'm prompted to speak here today by Saturday's violent protests at Bourbon Highway Restaurant. There were sidewalk diners that were subjected to harassment and intimidation, which escalated to shoving one man to the ground, burning a flag in the street, graffiti, and I don't know what else followed that. Understandably, there were several 911 calls to the police department. According to Walnut Creek Police, Mayor Haskew told them to stand down. We don't know why Mayor Haskew made that order. We are confused and would like an answer. Since violent protests are becoming a recurring theme in downtown Walnut Creek restaurants and shopping locations, why isn't there a police presence there to discourage violence? Note the operative word here, violent. Our First Amendment to the Constitution, aka the Free Speech Amendment, gives us the right to peaceful protest only. I am very concerned Mayor Haskew is confused about the First Amendment right to peaceful protest. The result being we citizens have zero protection. I'm not alone in this. There are lots of like-minded citizens I've spoken to or had social media conversations with. Please, we matter. Commit to funding, resources, whatever is needed to curtail the violence, protect property, and ensure citizen safety. We don't know what's going on.
Mayor, before this, may I ask staff to correct if this is misinformation and we have 60 people in the public, can we get the correction early rather than?
Yes, we certainly can. And city manager or city attorney.
Actually would invite our police chief, Jay Hill. I believe he's on the line. Let me verify that's the case. If he is, if we can pull him in, Susie.
Okay.
Hi, Jay.
Hi. Which question would you like me to address? The stand down order?
Yes, there is some misinformation that it came from me.
Okay, I expect to hear a lot about that tonight. Not only did you not deliver a stand down order, I never delivered a stand down order, and nobody from my department delivered a stand down order, nor would we for criminal activity. On the night in question, again, I expect to hear a lot more about this tonight. A protest came to town that we were expecting to come to town, but not in the numbers that it did, and certainly not with the behavior that they displayed that night. So our supervisors and watch commanders are empowered to make decisions out there in the field based on the totality of circumstances, based on everything that they're seeing and the events that are unfolding in front of them. And on this occasion, on Saturday night, the watch commander made the decision based on those totality of circumstances, as well as the number of staff on duty, the police officers on duty, and the number of protesters, as well as the criminal behavior that was being observed. And a decision was made not to intervene. That was for the graffiti and the vandalism that was observed. Had we observed any acts of assaultive behavior, anybody being assaulted, anything of that nature where public safety was in jeopardy, we would not have stood by, we would have acted immediately. I'll be happy to address any of these questions as they come up throughout the night. I'm prepared to address any of these questions, and I'm expecting quite a few of them.
Unmute.
Chief, or interim chief, thank you very much. So the mayor, having been mayor 3 times, I know I've never had the power to order the police what to do. But so for clarity, the mayor did not do that, and you did not do it. Can you roughly, you were expecting a protest, but you also got vandals. Is that what you would, how you would liken this? Some people were vandalizing and some people were protesting?
In this instance, so this was organized by a group called East Bay Resistance. We have seen them visit Walnut Creek on many occasions. We have dealt with them on many occasions. They've been here on a near weekly basis on Saturday evenings. And prior to this past Saturday evening, we have never seen their behavior escalate to what it did this past weekend with spray paint and graffiti. The most we have seen from them that would delve into a criminal nature was a couple of weeks ago when they surrounded a vehicle and we had to intervene. But prior to that, it primarily consists of marching throughout town and chanting. And that's what we've seen, and that's what we expected to see once again this week. So that's what we prepared for. Normally we deal with them with our normal staffing. We don't upstaff for this group. Again, we've been dealing with them on a regular basis. Because we did expect more of them this weekend, we did upstaff for this weekend, and we had additional reserve officers on duty, additional officers on duty on overtime. So we did prepare, but to be quite honest, we weren't prepared for them to wander around downtown and with graffiti and spray painting businesses. And so again, the decision was made based on a lot of factors, including they were armed. Some of them were armed with sticks. Most of them had backpacks. Some of them had helmets and ballistic vests. It appeared that they came to town looking for an altercation with the police. We certainly did not want to be baited in to an altercation for minor violations of the law, like graffiti. And the decision was made that evening by our supervisors and watch commanders not to intervene. That will not be the case again going forward. Now that we know that they have changed their tactics and have delved more into criminal behavior, if we get information that they come to town again, we will be much better prepared in terms of staffing, and we will not allow criminal behavior to continue to occur.
So it is criminal behavior to spray paint public or private property?
Unless you own the private property, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. And Mayor, thank you for letting me get that temporarily cleared up. I'm sure there will be more questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Interim Chief. Next speaker, please.
Deborah Carboni.
I don't know that you can see me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened to the video. My name is Deborah Carboni. I live in Walnut Creek. I'm calling on a different subject. During last month's meeting, Mayor Pro Tem suggested that perhaps the city of Walnut Creek could arrange for a buffer zone at the Planned Parenthood located here in Walnut Creek. And I just wanted to call in and totally support that idea. I think that it is very important that the patients who go to the Planned Parenthood are able to enter the building and go have their appointments and go seek the medical treatment that they need at Planned Parenthood without harassment and intimidation by protesters or anyone else that might be in the parking lot or on the sidewalk or anywhere near Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood provides so much medical support, different types of medical attention and treatment to women, and I think also to men, besides abortion. I think abortion is one of the, I think the percentage of abortions that they do compared to all of the other medical treatment that they provide is very, very, very small. And I think that it is really important that we have a safe Planned Parenthood here in Walnut Creek where the patients can go without fear, intimidation, and harassment. So I totally support the buffer zone. If there's anything that needs to be done other than a person from the public supporting this idea in a meeting, please let me or others know what it is that we need to do so this can happen. Otherwise, I would ask you, the city council, to please do whatever you need to do to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Marlene.
Marlene, I think you re-muted yourself. Would you please check?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, my name's Marlene Huffaker and my home is actually in Concord. I'm calling on the issue of the lawlessness that occurred in Walnut Creek last weekend. My understanding is that in addition to the vandalizing and the graffiti that at the restaurant, people were surrounded and intimidated and someone was assaulted with a pepper spray. And so I'm wondering if that person has been arrested or what's happening with regard to that issue, if that is correct. And I would like to further encourage that this behavior not be allowed to continue because it will only get worse. And that's the problem with allowing people to walk around and vandalize because then they think they can get away with the next step too. Hopefully the police will take care of this. Otherwise this kind of thing brings about a sense of chaos and fundamentally undermines all the principles that our society is founded upon, makes us all feel very anxious and nervous about our law enforcement.
Thank you.
Bill Hoban.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Bill Hoban, I'm a over 30-year resident of Walnut Creek. I'm calling in regards to the Saturday disruption. And last Saturday, diners harassed, signs defaced opposite the police department. No police, no arrest, no intervention at all by police to proactively stop assembly before it began. even though police were aware of the demonstration? Do we or don't we have laws pertaining to unlawful assembly, marring or destruction of property, public nuisance, rioting? You know, by council member, while you don't run per se, direct the police department to do specific functions on a daily basis, you do give guidance or should give guidance. And in the future, I would appreciate a comment from each of you council persons in regards to what direction you would give the police in the future for handling matters such as this. You know, your recent election rhetoric for some of you was good. Now, how about your actions? It's a terrible feeling to be unsafe in your own community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty
Next speaker.
Mitchell.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thanks. Hi, I'm Patty Mitchell. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek, a homeowner and business owner. I'm here to talk about the topic of Saturday night as well, but maybe from a different perspective. I appreciate the fact that that Officer Hill wrote a post on Nextdoor tonight, outlining the police's response, detailing what he said tonight, and you know, that there was no stand down order. I thought that level of transparency and openness about what the police's response was and what it will be going forward was refreshing. So, you know, as someone who's been very critical of the Walnut Creek Police over the past 18 months, I really want to take the time to thank you for your balanced approach to the protests and the event Saturday night. I know you're going to hear from a lot of people who think you should have put snipers on the roof and, you know, treated this as if it was a riot, which it wasn't. But wisdom and leadership require being able to modulate responses on a continuum and being able to recognize when your presence will help and when it will harm. And when emotions are high and divisions are deep, like they were and they are, especially around the national election, I think it's really important, and it takes true strength to know what best serves all interests of the community. So I appreciate the Walnut Creek PD's understanding that people have a right to demonstrate and express themselves freely, even if what they're expressing is offensive or hurtful or scary or angry. I also appreciate that when people are committing unlawful acts, there should be consequences for those. And it's heartening to see that the PD understood that in this case, that all unlawful acts are not equal, and unlawful acts don't need to be met with immediate or severe reactions by law enforcement. There are those who will fault the officers for not doing enough. I'm not one of those. I really appreciate your balanced approach Saturday night, and I hope that that will continue going forward. Thank you.
Lydia Jung.
Hi, my name is Lydia Jung. I'm a resident of Orinda, but I worked in Walnut Creek for about a year as a ticket scanner at the Lesher Center, and I have many fond memories of visiting the city on weekends for various activities. I'm here today out of concern for multiple issues in the past, not this weekend, but in previous weekends regarding the city's response to calls for police reform and developing a non-police crisis response program for mental health emergencies. Well, I definitely understand that it's important to take reactive steps to curtail violence during protests. I think it's also important to be proactive in preventing protests by thinking about the root causes of them and how we can take bigger steps to bring change to the way that we approach law enforcement in our communities. Firstly, I urge the City Council to provide specifics and transparency as to how funds budgeting for listening sessions, implicit bias training, and the non-police mental health response program pilot have been spent or will be spent. In light of articles about the ineffectiveness and possible counterintuitive nature of many current implicit bias trainings, I also believe community members should be informed as to the specific type of de-escalation and implicit bias training that police officers receive and be able to provide feedback as to whether or not it is being followed or effective in protecting them. Additionally, in light of reports from last meeting's public comment on October 20th that officers have falsified police reports, I believe that if the city values comprehensive reporting of use of force and other policies outlined in the 8 Can't Wait plan, I urge the city council to push for programs that allow for independent oversight of the police department to ensure that policies are being followed, particularly in regards to reporting instances of use of force when it is unwarranted. This is particularly important in light of reports that peaceful protesters have been attacked and severely injured with rubber bullets in recent protests at the end of last month. While I understand that some protesters have turned violent in recent weeks, this violence I do not believe occurred when WCPD reportedly used tear gas, a weapon banned during wartime due to its potential harm to respiratory health around June 1st, nor did it occur when there reportedly were rubber bullets fired on peaceful protesters the weekend of October 30th. I also want to continue to urge the City Council to specifically work toward a 24/7 non-police crisis response program where mental health professionals will be sent instead of or alongside armed officers in any event of a mental health emergency, regardless of what time of day it occurs. Thank you.
Lucas Carboni.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thanks. No, long time no see. I'll just get to it. First, I'd like to state my support for Central Legal's letter regarding hiring a tenants' rights attorney. I think Walnut Creek's renters urgently need this representation to ensure their legal rights and their hearth and home during this time, and for a buffer zone to help protect Planned Parenthood patients receiving healthcare. I'd also like to thank the City Council for the community listening sessions currently being called, though I think that transparency in funding this and the other measures associated with the Hall case is crucial. With Measure X passing, this council also has a strong opportunity to help create finally a Miles Hall 24/7 non-police response in his name and in this county to ensure that no one here ever again dies at police hands while undergoing a mental health crisis. I think we need to further ensure police accountability as regards the June protests and further uses of rubber bullets and tear gas. We need to ban police use of these devices. Rubber bullets are lethal, I believe, about 4% of the time they hit someone. And we're taking very drastic action that, to be clear, I 100% support to stop this COVID-19 epidemic with about a 1 to 2% mortality. So I think if we are taking justified and necessary action to stop something that kills about 1 to 2% of the time, we should just ban rubber bullets about 4% of the time. I think that under this circumstance, banning rubber bullets is not only correct, but morally urgent. Lastly, I just wanted to state my full agreement with the comments that Lydia and Patty made. My focus for these comments was about obviously the Hall case, but I do think that their comments were poignant and salient as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Andy Bide.
All right, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Andy Bide. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek. I wanted to share an email that I sent to the council earlier and share it with the community, which was in response to what occurred last Saturday night and several times over the last summer. The actions displayed by the members of the East Bay Resistance and others like it threaten to destroy the decades of work and investment that have gone into creating the best downtown in the East Bay. Downtown Walnut Creek is the pride of all Contra Costa County, and certain groups are trying to turn it into a lightning rod, unfortunately. We cannot allow this to happen. The irony is that these tactics, initially masked by First Amendment rights, which this community and this council all strongly support, have, however, once the bullhorns come out and the agitators begin yelling, intimidating, and assaulting downtown patrons, it is the victims of these tactics whose rights are now being violated. I'd like to urge the City Council to authorize the city manager to direct the police chief to respond to the threats, vandalism, and intimidation with the strongest possible responses allowed under the law. In addition, this council should consider adopting a city ordinance that would impose significant civil fines on individuals and groups who threaten or intimidate people, especially if the district attorney will not file charges against these perpetrators of violence. We cannot allow the downtown to become a location where families are fearful. If these groups are not dealt with, ordinary citizens will unfortunately be forced to defend themselves, which would devolve into chaos. Moreover, businesses, especially small independent businesses, which are already suffering under the state lockdown requirements, will further suffer. An investment into downtown will decline if the actions of these types of groups are tolerated. The downtown is the jewel of this city, and I implore the city council not to allow this type of violence and intimidation to occur ever again. We must feel safe in our own community, despite the evil intentions of a few. I believe that Walnut Creek is the best city in this county. I believe it's the best managed and it has the best staff, along with the best police department in the county. I know this city is up to this challenge.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joshua Ferrer.
Oh, good evening. First, I'd like to call for justice for Miles Hall. It's been over a year and a half since she was murdered by the Walnut Creek Police Department, and we still do not have a 24/7 non-police mental health crisis response. If, God forbid, another Miles Hall was to happen, the police would be the first responders today, and I find that to be unacceptable. So these protests are happening in Walnut Creek, not just because people like to go out and protest. They're happening because we live in a racially unjust city and a racially unjust country. Over 5,000 people turned out earlier in the year, and then 3,000, Councilmember Whitedale shakes his head, but over 5,000 people turned out, and then over 3,000 people turned out to protest police brutality and to call for racial justice. And the first of those, just for going on the freeway, they were met with tear gas, rubber bullets, and not a single comment from any of these council members has opposed what's happened there. There were initial calls for a public display of a Black Lives Matter sign, a very simple thing that many other communities have done. And it's been months and months, and even that small gesture still hasn't happened. So nearly every day since then, there have been continuing protests. And I just specifically want to talk about the event that happened about 3 weeks ago, where the police department made a Facebook post and put out very, very misleading, just actually outright lies in many of these cases, where protesters were trying to prevent a car from running them over. As someone who has engaged in these protests, I have had cars push against me simply for putting my body out there to protest for Black lives. So that happens. So the police said, we feared for our lives, we had to shoot a rubber bullet. And video has come out literally showing this protester, hands in the air against this car, and the policeman comes and shoots a rubber bullet. And so of course we're going to have all of these comments saying this
Corinne Cofrini.
Thank you. Please check your mute button.
Hello?
Thank you. Yes, now.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Thank you for letting me join. I just want to enforce some of the opinions that were expressed earlier that concerning the Saturday night incident. I still really feel that the police are choosing the so-called rights of the agitators over the safety of the citizens in Walnut Creek. We do have the best city here in the East Bay. Yes, these people want to come here, but we need to protect our citizens. These are not peaceful protests. These are crimes. We need our police force. This is the third incident in this city, and the attacks are only getting more personal and worse. If you want to have a peaceful protest, fine, go in the park, have a peaceful protest, but don't inflict your views upon the other citizens that are enjoying a wonderful night. These incidents need to be stopped, and we look forward to our police and our city council protecting our city. Thank you.
Barbara Pennington.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members. I'm Barbara Pennington, a member of the Friends of Scott, Alexis, and Pond Hall. Last week, the Contra Costa Board of Supervisors declared racism an urgent public health emergency. They echo what is widely accepted throughout our country. Not only is racism individual, but it is also systemic and structural with lasting negative effects on all of us. The supervisor's resolution names Miles Hall a victim of racism. Quote, the unnecessary loss of Black lives, including Miles Hall, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and so many others, call upon the county to be visible in our outrage, and more importantly, in our resolve to work for change, unquote. In contrast to my own beloved city, what is most striking is the county's visible outrage, their words, acknowledgement that their systems have perpetuated racism, their words, and their commitment to work to end racism and heal the harms that their organizations have perpetuated, their words. Their proclamation lists measures they are putting in place to address racism within the organizations they are accountable for. And it encourages other city, local, state, and national entities to recognize racism as a public health crisis. The first step in addressing a problem is to recognize it. We ask that this council follow the county's lead by acknowledging the existence of racism within this city's organizations, by committing to work to eliminate racism in its organizations, and by putting specific measures in place to address and eliminate racism's harm and to create equitable outcomes for people of color in our community. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Vinnie P.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so basically, yes, I agree. I want to talk about what happened in Walnut Creek the other day as well. Basically, me as an Indian descent, my parents are from India. I was born and raised here and everything. And you know what? We embrace the American society. We embrace this. Grew up in Walnut Creek, and I love this town. And what's happened lately, starting in June, there's been like 4 times this downtown. We knew that the same people keep coming in, and that's fine if they want to have like a decent protest. But the second they start looting or rioting or spray painting, why aren't we arresting them on the spot? Because I'm getting concerned that in Walnut Creek, this has never happened before. And if we keep allowing this, then what's going to happen is, I mean, obviously, I don't want this to turn into another Portland or Seattle. So I think if we were to say, look, as a police chief or whatever, I would say that, or in the city, saying, look, we respect your rights to protest in this town as long as it's peaceful. We're protected. The police are here to protect the citizens and the owners of the stores and as well. But any rioters, looters, and everything else should be arrested on the spot. And the last thing I want to say is I have so much respect for the police department, and I really do appreciate your work.
Barry W.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Yeah, I'm just here to comment on the violence that occurred Saturday night. And again, I've been a resident here for 56 years. I actually started my career at the Walnut Creek Police Department. And I'm just kind of appalled at the actions that we've been taking lately, considering these BLM/Antifa terrorists that have been coming into our town. And I do not agree that allowing them to march unwatched through the town, graffitiing, assaulting restaurant patrons is the right thing to do. So I appreciate, let's see, I gotta get full screen here. There we go. I appreciate Interim Chief Hill explanation that hopefully this won't happen again. But unfortunately, if we continue to let this happen, then other groups are gonna think that we're pushovers and they're just gonna keep coming in here and doing what they've been doing. So I'm hoping this will change, and I'm hoping that the police department will protect the people, because frankly, I don't feel safe going downtown anymore after this incident. And that's it.
Thank you.
Next, we have call-in user 1.
Please try to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi.
Each issue must be treated as a separate issue with a specialized task force. Medical conditions should not be treated with state-sanctioned violence. Medical health services, drug treatment and rehabilitation programs, education, healthcare, and social worker programs are absolutely vital for our city's safety. Reallocating funds into these programs is vital. These programs will all significantly reduce crime, as the safest communities do not have the most police officers, they have the most resources. We need to be willing to rethink the way we rely on police officers. All the protests taking place in Walnut Creek have literally been a cry for help, a cry for the willingness of our city officials to create necessary change, because continuing the exact same way we have been living is detrimental to our community health. This needs to be our #1 priority in Walnut Creek. Having armed, trigger-happy, overworked, tired cops patrolling our streets on a daily basis that are currently responsible for everything from a murder case to somebody trying to find whose dog pooped on their neighbor's front lawn is not okay, and it's not safe for any of us. We have seen thousands of instances that prove that the cops here cannot do their jobs effectively. Another way to create a safer community would be to immediately fire known bad cops that continue our community to create absolute distrust for the police. Curtis Borman, who has already been proven guilty of lying on 31 police reports, who made $173,139.92 in 2019, must be fired immediately. I would recommend saving similar salary amounts by firing the trigger-happy cops.
Moxie Marsh.
Thank you.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. I've observed every city council meeting since June 1st. Your city has given you hours upon hours of testimony about the trauma they've endured at the hands of the people who swore to keep them safe. It has been 168 days since this city kept you up until 2 in the morning recounting their trauma to you, only to be met with absolute indifference. Your city has begged you to do something about the police attempting to kill protesters because let's be clear here, there is nothing intentionally less than lethal about firing rubber-coated bullets point blank straight into a crowd and hitting people with your tear gas canisters. 143 days after this, another protester was shot in the chest. However, because the person who shot him was wearing a shiny piece of metal, there has been no consequences. You should be ashamed to read this police department statement compared to the testimony put out by the man you shot. You say the police are here to protect us, but the only thing that the police department is protecting anyone here from is the truth. You see these officers as above the law, and as such, their crimes against the city have gone completely unpunished, but they've not gone unnoticed. Councilmember Wydell, how did you wake up during your campaign knowing you were actively accepting an endorsement from a group that's put the public in danger, and after hearing comments for over a year from FOSAF and the Hall family, and more recently the greater community, that the police don't make them feel safe? How are you going to continue to serve the community for the next months if you're still in support of the people who make us feel unsafe in our own homes? Every council member here wakes up and remains neutral or in support of the people who are trying to hurt and divide this community. As a city council, you have failed to serve the public. Who here is serving people who have been abused by cops? Who is serving renters, the mentally ill, protesters, people of color, anyone under the age of 35? You call yourselves a city council, but you certainly don't represent this city. You're supposed to be public servants, but you sure as hell do not serve this public. Thank you.
Olga R.
We need to hear you.
I was muted. I came here to talk about Saturday event. And to be honest, I came here with a prepared speech, but after I've heard people talk, I realized that makes no sense anymore. You have a very difficult job to do. My observation is very young people come to blame you of not letting someone protest. Then you have a bit older citizens coming and saying that, protect me. I will share my story. I was in a car driving to Whole Foods store from my house. A few months ago, there was a protest. Protesters were walking towards my car, and my car ended up being the first car between them walking right and left from me. And there was police who cared about only making sure that protesters are safe. They didn't care about if I was safe in my car. The police went away and stood by their cars chatting by Kaiser. It was very far away. The protesters walked right and left from me, very close, giving me very intimidating looks, screaming, showing those nasty signs into my face. They wanted me to see. I saw. I was lucky. They were peaceful. What if they were not? What if they started coming and, like this young man here said, throwing their arms in the air, showing they're peaceful, but then intimidating me and my children in my car? What would I have done? I thought about it since then every night. I know what I would have done. I would have pressed the gas pedal and killed one of them. And do you know what you would do? Your police would run and shoot me because I am becoming the violent one, and that's not fair. So I want to say that if you need to choose Chief of Police Jay Hill, if to be bait for someone or save us, you have to save us. Your priority has to be clear. You are there to save us, even if you need to make yourself a bait. Thank you.
Patricia Munoz.
Please change, do your mute, please.
Okay. Hello, everybody. It's actually David Rangel. I'm using my wife's computer. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hey, my name is David Rangel. I'm a Walnut Creek resident and a retired Walnut Creek PD sergeant. On October 23rd of this year, individuals inside an SUV were surrounded and terrorized by criminals. These were not peaceful protesters. Sergeant Izquierdo, the only PD Latino supervisor, and Sergeant Joroge, the only PD African-American supervisor, with their respective teams, took charge and with less than lethal force, saved those innocent individuals. This is very similar to what Olga just raised. Sergeant Izquierdo was one of the heroes that night. He was the one that discharged his less than lethal weapon, which resulted in the criminals dispersing and as a result, saving the lives of those inside the SUV. This community should be extremely proud to have such an officer and leader amongst its PD ranks. Sergeant Izquierdo, however, has been the target of continual harassment by Interim Chief of Police Jay Hill and Interim Captain Tom Cashon. Hill and Cashon have a pattern of targeting Latino supervisors, as I was their primary target a few years ago. The specifics on both cases have been given to your HR director and city assistant manager. Council, you have serious issues at the PD that need to be addressed and rectified. Having Jay Hill as our interim chief of police and Tom Cashon as our interim police captain is a slap in the face to your minority PD staff. In regards to Saturday's events, Jay and Tom, show some pride for the badge and let the officers do their jobs. Your years of bullying and incompetence really show now that you are the heads of the PD, and it is extremely demoralizing for the troops and to the safety of our residents. Council, thank you for your time.
Dan Harrington.
"76 weeks have passed since the son of Walnut Creek, Miles Hall, was murdered by the Walnut Creek Police Department. There has been no justice for his killing. I will now call for a moment of silence so we as a community can reflect on the fact that there has been no justice for the killing of Miles Hall. 76 seconds for 76 weeks of no justice for the murder of Miles Hall, starting now. Okay, that's 76 seconds. I want to have everyone go to justiceformileshall.org to find out the true story of what's happened to Miles and to find out how they can support the Hall family. Let's all keep Miles Hall name and spirit in our thoughts and prayers this.
Lisa Disbro.
Hello, there you go. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. I assume you can hear me? Somebody's nodding their head. Okay, thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you for engaging the community on this important topic of the Saturday night violence in your wonderful community. I would like to say that I too, along with Olga, have been a victim of these violent protesters. I totally believe every American has the freedom to express themselves without danger, without threats, without feeling as though they must carry pepper spray, without having the local police department number memorized so they can instantly call, without the need to constantly make sure your cell phone is charged fully so that you can video whatever occurs. I have been told personally by young people who advocate for East Bay resistance, we're not done with you yet. Let me repeat that. We're not done with you yet. I have had my vehicle photographed. I've had my property torn up in my face. I've had my property stolen in front of my face. Others have had near me when we were peacefully protesting, have had bottles thrown at them, have been called the vilest of all sexual language terms by people who are 40 years my junior. Why should I, a peaceful citizen, have to feel as though I am the problem? I am not the problem.
Catherine Wally.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Catherine Wally, and I'm a resident of Walnut Creek. I'd like to encourage the council to continue their work towards establishing a Miles Hall 24/7 non-police crisis response program. In implementing such a program, it is absolutely essential that the broader public be aware that the program exists, which services it provides, and how to request help should they be witness to a crisis. Failing this, people in our community will continue to request police response in incidences when a non-police response would be a better fit. This inadvertently could undermine the goals and efficacy of such a program. People in our community are currently primed to seek out a police response to all forms of crisis because this is all we know exists. The launch of such a program must go hand in hand with comprehensive outreach and communication to the community at large. Secondly, I'd like to express my concern about a small but significant detail in two recent WCBD social media posts about protests in our city. Specifically, both public communications included the fact that protesters had been seen wearing ballistic vests. I'm wondering why that detail was included. My concern stems from the fact that community members later posted comments on the Facebook page, pointing specifically to that detail, suggesting that wearing a protective vest means that one is looking for trouble and that it implies wrongdoing. In today's political and social climate, any form of protest, no matter how peaceful, puts people in danger of being shot, be it by bystanders or law enforcement. Wearing such a vest is a rational response to real risks. I have felt that myself, even when I've been peacefully protesting in the park, as some people have suggested, as I was at the June 1st protest. People were threatening us and it was scary. So it's a rational response. We would never conclude that a bicyclist is looking to get into a bike accident by wearing a helmet, or that a woman taking a self-defense course is looking to get assaulted. So too, we as a community should never conclude that wearing a protective vest means that one is looking to get shot. Lastly, I'd like to thank the city and FOSAF for the community listening sessions that are currently underway. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I am looking at the remaining speakers and noticing that there are a few more. If you intend to speak to public comment in this section of the meeting, would you please raise your hand now, because we have, and continue to do so, If we will allow public comment to go on for an additional time, as long as I see that your hand is up in the next 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. So please let us know so that we can go on with the rest of the business that we have before the City Council. Please raise your hand if you intend to speak now. Next speaker, please.
Athena Davis.
May I be heard? Great.
Sorry, yes, you can.
Thank you, Mayor Haskew. I'm speaking today about Saturday's protest. I'd like to talk about the violence that people are so upset about. The violence that happened on Saturday, and this is just from my perspective as a bystander who was watching the live stream at home of the event, from a group called Black Zebra that was live streaming everything for folks who couldn't make it. It was a small scuffle after bar patrons shoved a young woman who was protesting. No one was substantially injured. Nobody died. And I've also heard people talk about looting and rioting, which is blatantly false and goes against the very statements made by the Walnut Creek Police Department. WCPD has a history of lying about what happened at protests, and if they aren't even going to claim that rioting or looting happened, I really am not going to think that that was happening in our community, and I'm not believing our other community members who weren't even at the incident who are claiming that that happened, or weren't watching the live stream. So let's be clear about who are the violent people in this community. It's officers who kill an innocent Black man in his moment of greatest need, Miles Hall. It's people like Olga and other commenters on this city council meeting who say that they feel comfortable running over peaceful protesters while they're walking in the street and they're in a vehicle. Just like the man on October 23rd who was actively trying to run over protesters while they were defenseless in the road because people like him and Olga are afraid of people with dissenting political beliefs. I personally, if I saw a bunch of Trump supporters marching through the streets of Walnut Creek, even though I disagree wholeheartedly for what they stand for, I would never dream of trying to run them over with my vehicle just because they have dissenting political beliefs. The fact that that rhetoric is even being tolerated in this meeting, the fact that violent threats against peaceful protesters are even being tolerated in this meeting just shows how little this city is willing to stand up to violent rhetoric from people in the alt-right and police officers who don't understand what true public safety means, which is keeping everyone safe, including those at the margins, people like Miles Hall.
Rye W.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Man, you guys are quick on the cutoff tonight. I don't live in Walnut Creek, I live in Martinez. And at least they let us finish some of our statements. I think you guys might rival Walnut Creek PD for being so trigger happy. It's pretty ridiculous to hear people so not clear on what this is all about. And I'm so proud of the young people that have been speaking up tonight. You guys honestly restore my faith in humanity, and I'm excited for the future. You adults on city council blow my mind. They are asking for police officers not to kill unarmed Black people. Miles Hall was one of them. And I just, my heart goes out for the poor diners who couldn't finish their ribs. But Ton and the rest of the Hall family don't have their son. And, those officers should be held accountable. It seems like it's pretty clear what they're asking from you. It's funding for 24/7 non-police, non-violent crisis response to mental health calls, restrictive use of force policy for Walnut Creek PD, reallocation of significant amount of Walnut Creek PD's budget into other departments such as arts and rec, public works, community and economic development, or maybe, focusing on the pandemic that we're in the middle of. I'm just so grossed out hearing some of the grown-ass adults on this call for just the harshest punishment possible right before the holidays. Happy holidays. Let's kill those BLM protesters. It's Black Lives Matter. That's all it is. It's not an anti-fascism is Antifa. So while you're calling it these like cool street names, it's literally just calling for you to treat people better and be held accountable for the murdering officers. It's really simple. This isn't going to stop because more and more you're seeing more things happening and people are starting to have their dinners.
Call in user 2.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, I'm good.
Are you there?
I'm reading a comment that was emailed in because you all don't live in the around. So I'm making a comment today because I'm a parent whose children grew up and went to schools in Walnut Creek, and I'm deeply concerned with the ineffective and ignorant policies of the city council in dealing with how abusive the police are in this city. I was shocked to watch a video recently of the Walnut Creek police addressing protesters that had been hit by a car, and they responded by exiting their police vehicles and without warning, shooting a young protester with a rubber bullet into the chest at an extremely close range, known to be lethal, and then continuing to shoot at the crowd of people a journalist on the scene told police were kids. I have since then heard about the June 1st protests and the demands that have been ignored to ban rubber bullets and tear gas. It astounds me that this hasn't happened with such a consistent record of absolute abuse. Those officers could have murdered that young man over him standing in the street. I have also heard there has since been civil unrest, which would make sense, seeing that the police have clearly shown recently and time before that they are prepared to murder before efforts of de-escalation or community care. According to their own post, the police did not respond to the civil unrest. Why? Because they're so incompetent, they do not know how to handle a protest without assaulting and abusing their own community. To not defund the police and reallocate our city's budget to education, healthcare, and other community needs would be delusional and abusive to your constituents. I hope the City Council realizes how consistently the police have demonstrated their uselessness and instinct for violence against their own community. And I hope you will consider the value of our community trying to express itself and actually challenge the racism and police abuse in our city. I would rather see graffiti than watch Walnut Creek police murder more innocent young people. It doesn't take more than 2 brain cells to understand the value of prioritizing human life over property. Common sense. Thank you.
Stephanie?
Stephanie, are you muted?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I wanted to say that that this is not a political issue for me. I have attended many protests in Civic Park. I voted for Biden. I'm not a Trump supporter. I do believe that with Miles Hall, there should have been a different response, but I also believe that our police officers are not murderers. They were set up to fail. They did not have the tools and the experience they needed to respond appropriately, and it is not their fault. And I dare say, if any of these people that are condemning our police department, if one of their people, if somebody broke into their home, was raping their wife, had kidnapped their children, the first person in the first place they would call was 911 for these, quote, useless police officers. This is a different message than I intended when I first called in to voice my opinion, but I am just disgusted with the lack and the condemnation of our police officers. They are doing what they have with the tools that are made available to them. If there's anybody that has failed, it's the leadership of the city for not giving them the tools that they need to serve and protect us appropriately. With respect to what happened on Saturday night, that was a failure by the Walnut Creek Police Department or leadership. I'm not sure who, but I don't blame the line officers for lack of response. People were having drinks thrown in their faces. I was there, chairs thrown at them, screaming and yelling, and it was scary. And we're screaming for police help, but there was no police. I also want to point out that it's a very precarious situation. There's obviously points on both sides, and there needs to be a medium where people feel safe in our community, but peaceful, non-violent, non-intrusive protesters can also do and respect their right for a peaceful protest. Walnut Creek PD, despite what anybody says, you are not murderers. Do not believe it, and we do support you. Thank you.
Scott?
Hello. Hi, my name's Ton Hall, and I am Miles's mother. Miles was shot on June 2nd, 2019. And I did want to thank the city of the county of Contra Costa County for realizing that racism is here and racism is present and it's systemic. And that is exactly what happened to my son, Miles, when he was shot and when he was having a mental health crisis. And I do know that I believe that if Miles was an African American, with all the facts that the Walnut Creek Police Department knew about Miles, that he would be alive today. So I did want to just acknowledge, appreciate that the county is saying his name. And they're saying it along with Ahmaud Arbery, with George Floyd, with Breonna Taylor, and Miles Hall. And Miles Hall should be here today. And that is why we speak on Tuesdays. And that is why so many other people are coming out and speaking in protests, because he should be alive. And while I'm sorry that, there's things that are happening and disruptions that are happening, that this is all the tensions that are happening throughout our nation right now. And I'm sorry that some of the diners and people are inconvenienced. Absolutely. But, it's a big, more inconvenience not having a child who I'm able to see every day, who is able to give me a hug every day and tell me he loves me, because he was 23 years old and he had a whole life ahead of him. So I appreciate the non-police response that you guys are working on. So thank you so much.
Mara Flynn Rothman.
Are you on mute? Mara? It still looks like you're on mute, Mara.
Mara, it looks like you're going on and off of mute. You're on, Mara.
Okay. Hello?
What button are you pushing? Don't push that button anymore.
Oh, yeah, something's going on. Sorry, it was not appearing to unmute on my end.
Got it.
So good evening. Last week, as mentioned earlier by a few other folks, the county supervisors issued the resolution calling racism a public health problem. And I want to quote, Contra Costa County recognizes that racism is a public health crisis that affects all members of our community and deserves action from all levels of government and civil society. And, last meeting that I attended in October, there was, after several of us spoke on our, dissatisfaction with what's been done to date by the city council, a list was rattled off on everything the council has done so far. But I still feel like we haven't done enough and there's more to be done. And I think that's evident by the continued protests that are happening in Walnut Creek. When groups have to come in from other areas to protest in Walnut Creek, I mean, that should be loud and clear to the council. And you're really helping it continue by not properly addressing the problem. So I would like to request transparency in how the funds are budgeted for the listening sessions, implicit bias training, and the 24/7 non-police response pilot that has been spent and will be spent. I would like to request council support for a 24/7 non-police response pilot named after Miles Hall. And I would like to request that the council address community concerns regarding the police response to the June Black Lives Matter protests. So I just want to encourage our council to address racism just as our county has, and take more action so we can calm down these protests, because that our city has recognized that we have a health crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan,
wait, sorry. There are two final speakers and then public comment is closed. Thank you.
Ryan Busby.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for taking me on this evening. I'm Ryan Busby. I was one of the patrons at Bourbon Highway on Saturday night. I do believe that the situation could have been handled a little bit differently. I do believe that there is more to the story, as there was a letter, I believe it was attached to this schedule here from an anonymous police officer, that there just seems to be more going on. The police officers do want to stand up for the citizens, but they're being told not to. And it's pretty evident in the past few protests that Walnut Creek has seen, the terrorist type of acts that have occurred, looting and the vandalism, the defacing of many different pieces of property in Walnut Creek. And I just want to say, as a firsthand experience, of course, to sitting there peacefully at Bourbon Highway eating dinner while these protesters come up. It would have been fine if they would have walked right by, like, kudos, but coming up and harassing random people is just not okay. And the fact that one of my friends was injured in this situation was far from okay. And I believe the police officers were told to stand down, and it just does not seem okay to me. But again, I do appreciate our police officers in Walnut Creek, and I know that they do their best with what they're given, as one of the previous speakers did say. And I just hope to see some change coming up in the next few months. Yes, there is racism rampant across the United States. I don't see it as much in Walnut Creek, but it is a problem that does need to be addressed. And again, I do appreciate your time this evening, and I look forward to hearing the rest of this meeting.
Thank you. This is our final speaker.
Peter Newell.
that does need to be addressed. And again, I do appreciate your time this evening, and I look forward to hearing the rest of this.
Peter, are you
Thank you for
This is our
taking,
final speaker?
thank you for taking all the time. I know that these are difficult times and you are hearing something different than what we're hearing, I think. We're hearing a duplicate of the voice of the person who's speaking so that we can hardly understand anything because we're hearing two versions delayed by many seconds. In any event, I just want to make 2 points. Number one, the role of the city is to protect the rights, the safety, and the welfare of the individuals. This is not being done. The police, regardless of who is directing them, should be arresting lawbreakers. And I am not concerned about whether they have adequate numbers of police. One policeman could possibly disperse this many people. When they get no response, no reaction from the police, they continue to maraud. They will return again and again. The police have to act. They have to act regardless of their numbers. These people are cowards. They will not stay in place and continue when they are being rebuffed by active police. I am terribly disappointed in this city. My grandfather moved here in 1943. I love Walnut Creek, and I am totally disappointed in the police department and the direction they're receiving from this council.
Possibly disperse this many people when they get no response, no reaction from the police. They continue to maraud. They will return again and again. The police have to act. They have to act regardless of their numbers. These people are cowards. They will not stay in place and continue.
Okay, public comment is now closed. And we're on to closed session announcements.
Madam Mayor, the City Council met in closed session this evening with 4 council members present. The council completed the first closed session item, which involved the city manager evaluation. The council completed Mr. Buckshy's evaluation, which was positive, and looks forward to Mr. Buckshy's continued service to the council, staff, and the community. Madam Mayor, we did not get to the second closed session, and the council will be reconvening at the end of the regular meeting to address that issue. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. City manager, please.
Yeah, good evening, Dan Buckshire, City Manager. I have 2 items that I'd like to address tonight. The first is I want to bring everybody's attention to a meeting that will be broadcast on November 20th from 10 to 11 a.m. It is part of the effort that Walnut Creek has partnered with Contra Costa County and the 18 other cities to pursue a region-wide non-law enforcement response to mental health crises that are not violent, and that there would be a non-PD response to those non-violent situations. That can be watched on ContraCostaTV.org and is also available on various cable channels through CCTV. There has been an extensive effort underway for quite some time, and just to refresh for everybody, this effort began last January and was unfortunately then put on hold because of COVID-19 and all of the associated actions that everybody in society had to take, and especially all the local government agencies. So that has been picked back up. There is a team of 6 different city managers. I'm one of them, about 10 members of the county staff, and now there are about 40 members of various representatives of the public that are working together in order to clearly identify the current environment, and that's what will be reported out. So what's been occurring over the last several weeks, it's been more challenging because of COVID, but some folks from the county, program managers, clinicians, data and process experts are gathering call information from multiple PD departments as well as the sheriff to find out what type of calls would be an option for this type of a program. In addition, they are doing virtual ride-alongs with the officers, sitting in dispatch virtually, and also observing encounters out in the field to gather both qualitative information as well as much quantitative as possible. There are several individuals who have actually utilized the system and process from beginning to end through a 911 call, through being brought into psychiatric evaluation services, ultimately released, and they are participating in this as well. So we have a first person perspective. So again, this is a major effort underway, and this is a major milestone that will be shared, the update on November 20th from 10 to 11. Again, anyone can watch it on ContraCostaTV.org. The second update I'd like to provide is in my role as the city's emergency services manager. I do want to provide a COVID update. I know Senator Glazer spoke to this earlier, but I want to provide a little more detail specific to Contra Costa County and the city. I think everybody is hopefully aware that yesterday the state and the governor took dramatic action, and over 90% of residents in California are now in a tier purple, which is the most restrictive tier. So we were just in orange not too long ago, and we've moved back 2 tiers. Unfortunately, California is catching up to the rest of the country. We had been bucking the trend and doing better, but numbers are up substantially. Just to give you a sense, new daily cases have increased from 4.3 per 100,000 a month ago and are now up to 9.2. So more than doubled in a month time frame. Positive cases have gone from 1.9% to 3.6 over that same time frame. After the governor's call, the county health director and health officer held a special emergency meeting with city managers and with police chiefs to share more information. What they are seeing based on the data is they believe and project that Contra Costa County by Thanksgiving will reach the peaks that were reached this summer and possibly exceed them shortly thereafter. And they're very concerned about where we're headed now. And this is obviously before the big gatherings that are likely to occur during the holidays will occur, and before many college students return from out of area, which brings a higher risk. And that's the reason they're pulling the fire alarm, if you will, in order to raise everybody's level of awareness. I do want to note that we did discuss, and as the governor stated, the governor is contemplating putting curfews in place that would require various businesses to shut down at a certain time in order to avoid gatherings beyond a certain time frame. That has not occurred yet. I do want to clarify that, but it's been made very evident, not only in the public and the governor's direct comments to the public, but what is also being shared from state health officers to county health officers. A little more detail that may be of interest. There are 4 main sources of infection, which are helping driving some of these changes. Based on contact tracing, what they're seeing is, not surprisingly, the #1 source of infection are congregate care homes or nursing homes. The second is unknown. They're unable to trace. The third highest source are restaurants. And the fourth are small gatherings of non-family members that have been occurring. And they're seeing more and more of that. So with these new changes, there are going to be significant limitations. So there will be no indoor dining allowed. Everything has to be outdoors, and no bars will be allowed to operate. No indoor worship. Retail capacity will be reduced to 25%. Gyms and fitness centers must be closed. On a slightly different change from where we were at in purple previously, hair salons and nail salons are allowed to remain open. And based on contact tracing, it seems as if that one-on-one interaction where people are appropriately masked and wearing the appropriate protective equipment, that is not a source of transmission for the most part. K through 12 schools that have not already opened are prohibited from opening. And I know firsthand, being a parent of 2 students that are in middle school, that many of our districts were looking at a hybrid reopening after the start of the new year. I don't know what this does to those plans, but I would have to think that they'll be deferred or canceled most likely. Movie theaters, museums, and exhibit spaces can be outdoor only. And then also the state has implemented a travel advisory. It is not a requirement, but it is an advisory that if anyone leaves the Bay Area, that they should quarantine for 2 weeks upon returning. So I can't emphasize enough how serious this needs to be taken. Folks should wear a mask, socially distance, and get tested as needed. And, one of the sayings that you'll be hearing more of, if you haven't already, is test before turkey, meaning that if you are going to gather with a couple folks in a small group, even if outdoors and masking appropriately, to get tested first. I also want to note that staff, and I know your council, is fully aware of the impact this will likely have on local businesses. As we know, restaurants in particular and other retailers have been struggling given the limited capacity, and this is only going to further that strain. We are working to see what we can do to expand outdoor offerings, if you will, obviously in a compliant manner, but to increase that capacity. Because based upon the information that's been shared by the health officers so far, it seems unlikely that we will improve much beyond purple or red through the holidays. So I think this is what we are going to be dealing with likely until at least January or some version thereof of what we're currently seeing come from the state and subsequently from the county. So I wish I had better news to report, but that is the state of COVID at this point in time.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Dan, very much. A couple of questions, if you don't mind. When you look at rolling back into the purple, or I guess we didn't roll back, we jumped back into the purple. Is the state going to be using the same sequence of rules to work our way back out of it over time? Vis-a-vis, you have to be consistently at certain levels for 3 weeks before you can move into a better tier. Yep, you're on mute.
Thanks. It appears at this point in time that in order to improve, meaning to go to a less restrictive level, yes, it will still be roughly 3 weeks of verified data. However, not that we can really move back, more to a more restrictive state than purple, but previously it was a 2 to 3 week period that data was being gathered before you could move up or down, if you will. Now you can move in less than a week, if need be, to a more restrictive tier for the handful that are not more restrictive. And I do want to clarify that could apply to us as well, because as I mentioned, the state is considering actions that are more restrictive than what purple currently prohibits as well. But yes, to move to an improved tier would take weeks of data to support doing so.
And vis-a-vis the downtown businesses, are we working with them on different approaches to outdoor retail and dining that might be able to help buffer the impact of this?
Yes, that is underway. Some of the areas that we're looking at are obviously with the weather shifting, the timing is difficult. So what can we do to allow for more robust temporary structures that would allow heaters to potentially be used that would better withstand the elements as opposed to a canvas tent? And we have been working, particularly our building official, with the fire agency to find out what we might be able to do with heaters to make them more readily available, because as of a week ago, heaters were not allowed in under any canvas tents for fire code reasons, but there are some options that may allow us to loosen those restrictions and do so in a safe manner. So yes, all ideas are being put forth. We'll be hearing more this week and next week and sharing that with businesses as soon as we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, it's time for council member reports. Did I lose Matt? Oh no, Matt's up here. Matt, would you please start?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I have a few reports, and turns out they all happen on the same day. October 22nd was a big day. I attended the Housing and Community Development Council Committee meeting with the mayor, and we have an agenda item on that tonight, so I won't belabor that point, but we received an update from staff on supplemental federal funding that's available for coronavirus relief efforts. And like I said, we have an agenda item dealing with those recommendations later tonight. Then I attended the Recycle Smart Board meeting along with Councilmember Silva, where we've received a legislative update from Recycle Smart's lobbyist. And the primary bill that they wanted to inform us about was AB 793, which passed both houses and was signed by the governor. And for the first time will require a minimum recyclable content in plastic beverage containers. So it starts out at a 15% requirement in 2022, and it ramps up to 50%. That those containers that you bring in to get your CRV back for, those have to be made up of 50% recyclable content by 2050. We also had an update on a bill that didn't pass but spawned an initiative measure that will likely be on the 2022 ballot, and that had to do with single-use packaging and discouraging the use of that, requiring that it be recyclable or reusable, and imposing fees for excess packaging. Then that evening, along with the mayor and Councilmember Silva, I attended the East Bay Division League of Cities meeting, where we received, there was a business meeting, and then the featured speaker was Ron Davis, who was the former chief of East Palo Alto, and then went on to work in the Obama administration and was instrumental on the task force on 21st century policing. Now he's a special advisor to the governor on police reform efforts. And I thought it was a very helpful, interesting, frank discussion by Mr. Davis and kind of my East Bay Council colleagues, talking about the difficult issues of race and equity and policing in the new century. And I thought he had a lot of, he was hopeful and described the challenges as fixing the airplane while it's in mid-flight, but that he was still confident that we could tackle these issues, and he's working hard. And I was feeling hopeful after that talk that there's a lot of room to work together and collaborate and make progress on these points. That is my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Waddell, please.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll pick up where our Matt Francois left off, just by saying that, as he mentioned, I was also at that presentation that was attended by colleagues from across Alameda and Contra Costa counties. And what was most impressive to me about the presentation was really the frank conversation about 21st century policing. And this was one of the leaders of the Obama administration task force on this. He really knows his stuff. He is from the East Bay. He also, prior to going to East Palo Alto, he served as a captain in the Oakland Police Department. But he really talked about how it's not about the people in the police department, it's that they have been given a set of tools and training that was designed in the 1950s, and that we really need to reapproach, not defund. He was very effective at talking about that, but not defund the police as much as change the focus and really look at 21st century policing practices. And he gave us a number of very good examples, and it would really be wonderful. It's a consulting group called 21st Century Policing, I think is what the name of it is. It's an organization out of Chicago, but they have members all over the country because most of them were among the 30 members of the 2015 Obama task force. And it would be very interesting to see if we could get Mr. Davis to speak to us or speak to a number of our cities collectively. And I'm sure we could make that happen because a number of us were there that night, also from Pleasant Hill and Concord, and kind of agree that this was really interesting to listen to. Last week on the 10th was Walnut Creek Downtown's November board meeting. And as you can imagine, they are significantly concerned about what's happening with the now the rollback. We knew it was going to roll from orange to quasi red, and now it's gone all the way to purple. So the more we can do in that arena for our downtown businesses, those are downtown jobs as well. It's not just about business owners. It is about all of the jobs that are involved in that. And when people don't have jobs, then they can't pay the rent. They need help with food. So the more we can keep these businesses surviving would be helpful. Also, the Arts Alliance group met earlier in the month and talked about ways to use the arts to activate downtown. And now that will be an even bigger challenge with the rollbacks into the purple tier. Also last week, I did attend the Homeless Forum, and I want to thank Mayor Haskew and Mayor Pro Tem Wilk for the remarks they had at the beginning. It was really good to hear what Trinity Center and the County Consortium and all of the partners working on homelessness issues have been able to accomplish and what the plans are going forward. And I'm glad that tomorrow is the event naming Trinity Center the nonprofit of the year for Senator Glazer, and also remind everybody that the grand opening for St. Paul's Commons will be a virtual event on Thursday during the lunch time frame, and which is a great project downtown on Trinity Avenue. It's 41 units of very affordable housing, and about half of those units are now housing formerly homeless individuals, which is wonderful. I forwarded to all of my council colleagues the survey that is currently out with the League of California Cities seeking input on our priorities for 2021. The leaders of the League of Cities will be meeting in early December based on those results and discussion to set our legislative and advocacy priorities. I suspect it will be everything from wildfires to housing to economic recovery, and what to do in times of pandemic, as well as modern policing issues, because those have all been at the forefront already this past year. So if you haven't filled out the survey, I hope you all will. And this is the week of the annual conference of the National League of Cities. It's their city summit. It would ordinarily be in Tampa, Florida. But it's not, so it is virtual and online. And I attended one session today, and I will attend more over the next 3 days. Today's session was on racial equity and leadership and the initiatives being done at the national level on that arena. And they did talk about racism, implicit bias, explicit bias at an individual, institutional, structural, and then systemic level. And I found it very insightful as to what different departments in cities are able to do to think through what is explicit and implicit at those basic levels of individual and institutional. And I look forward to seeing how that kind of information can translate to our diversity and inclusion task force work going forward. Later in the week at the League, they will also be having a session on the Cahoots program in Eugene, Oregon. They will actually be talking about their program. And so I look forward to hearing about it and maybe having an opportunity to ask some firsthand questions. We know that program is different because of the size of the community and the demography of the community, but there are many elements that may be applicable to what we're working on with the county and our fellows and our peer cities here in Contra Costa. And thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I attended the Chamber of Commerce last week discussing some of the propositions from the election that'll impact businesses. We didn't talk a lot about Measure X, but that's one of the major local issues that passed, and those funds will go towards county hospital clinics, fire prevention, and 24/7 mental health crisis response team for cities in the county. Also attended the Finance Committee with Council Member Silva, and we're actually going to be reviewing those later in the agenda tonight. And as Council Member Silva had mentioned, I was on the Homeless Task Force Forum, helping to introduce some of the items along with Mayor Haskew. And I'm actually interested in the National League of Cities items that Council Member Silva mentioned. I think those are pertinent and relevant to the issues that are happening in Walnut Creek right now. I'd like to talk a little bit about the election 2 weeks ago. The local election results from November 3rd were essentially for two elections: who should be on city council And the second is if a defund the police direction should be followed. Regarding the latter, a few of the candidates were favoring a defund the police approach, with at least one candidate making it a cornerstone of their campaign. The results of the election show that this approach was thoroughly defeated by a majority of the population, and it wasn't close. As council had directed in our current budget, while we've spoken openly to resources for options for unarmed responses, including a 24/7 mental health crisis response team, we won't be defunding the police. While there are some in the community who may disagree with this, the large majority of voters have spoken on this issue. And with the election of the three candidates who will be on the next city council, the voters spoke loudly and clearly of their desire for the moderate and thoughtful approach that the council has taken to date in balancing the needs of social justice with the needs for police protection and safety that we rely on. This is a challenging balancing act, but balance it we must. Which leads me to addressing the protest on Saturday night that we heard so many people talk about tonight. We need to understand between engaging with confrontational protesters in hand-to-hand combat and taking photos and video to arrest later. But the community is seeing a hands-off approach now, and that's the perception. And that's not only bad for businesses and morale among the community and the business clientele, but can embolden this kind of action in the future, especially among not only those same protesters, but also aggressive counter-protesters. We don't want to get into a situation that has occurred in other cities like Portland. We need to show that there are consequences and accountability for harassing and attacking innocent patrons and vandalizing private and public property. I believe there should be arrests if it's warranted, and we need to publicize those arrests, similar to the publicized arrest from a few weeks ago. The community has to feel safe. And while I support freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and rallies, as the Walnut Creek Police Department statement said, this cannot infringe on the rights of others or their ability to patronize businesses without being verbally or physically attacked. These businesses are having a difficult time surviving during the pandemic. And now with the winter approaching, we have to protect these businesses and their patrons, along with any visitor or resident that goes downtown anywhere else in Walnut Creek. The community won't stand for a hands-off approach, and we can't allow one to think that they can get away with any illegal activities they desire under the cover of a protest, or else the consequences to our city will be severe. We should also have high-definition cameras throughout downtown to help identify people and their vehicles that are involved in illegal acts who aren't apprehended during the illegal offenses. Walnut Creek may be open for business, but it is not open for violence, mayhem, or harassing. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, guess it's up to me. So in addition to everything I got credit for on other people's comments, I attended the Rebound Committee meeting with Councilmember Silva, and we talked about some of the issues that we're dealing with. There was an officer swearing in. I attended the Rossmore Golden Rain Foundation board meeting and watched them. I have watched them over a period of time try to find the way to deal with a city, essentially a small city of people who are in the at-risk neighborhood, and they're even they are now trying to deal with the fact that some of their citizens have been come down with COVID-19. Mayor Pro Tem and I had the meeting with the commissioners of the representatives of all our commissions and appointees, and we got an update on what's going on. I attended a meeting of the homeless task force at the county level via Zoom, and they talked about how the point in time count that they've done every year annually is now having to be redefined. And what did we suggest in terms of counting people given the COVID issues and all of the things that they want. I had the delightful time of talking to the third grade at Tice Creek, watching all those little bodies wiggle on the screen until they all got to ask really tough questions. And it really, really kept me on my toes. And Finally, TransPac, I attended the TransPac meeting and we talked, BART came and told us about their plans of building around the BART station. I have two more items, one of which is November is homeless, appreciation isn't the right word. Remember our homeless and remember we need to help take care of them. And finally, I had my COVID test on Monday. That was yesterday. And it is important that people have tests, even if they don't feel like they are sick. It is only to diagnose. It isn't only to diagnose. It's also to establish the ratios of negativity to positivity. And the Huskies have come through with flying colors. We're as negative as they come. And after that, I believe we are done.
Mayor, Mayor, may I ask a question? I had thought, and I think the reason Jay Hill is still here was that we might have questions for the chief after all of the public comment. And I
would you like to ask one?
Well, I would like to ask him a question. If he perhaps can give us a synopsis of the plan going forward, because we heard that there is something out there, but unfortunately, I believe we were in closed session and I try not to spend my time during council meetings reading my email.
Sure. Thank you. And I realize I didn't state my name for the record last time. So for the record, Jay Hill, Interim Chief of Police. So to address your question about what is the plan going forward, we are already taking steps this week. We've convened our command staff to talk about what we can do differently. We are having a meeting tomorrow with all of our supervisors, lieutenants, captains, and dispatch supervisor to make sure that we are all on the same page going forward and we're all playing by the same playbook. We have already identified a couple of things that we can do, and that includes creating two ready react teams. And these are will be teams of officers that will be ready to respond and arrest violators as it takes place. We are going to beef up our intelligence unit, so we're not reliant on one person. Primarily, we have a crime analyst who provides most of our intelligence on these matters. We plan on beefing up that unit. We are going to assign a lieutenant to be responsible for all protests. In the past, we had a special operations lieutenant that was responsible for protest, and lately that has fallen on to whoever happens to be working that night. And we want to retain and regain some of the consistency that we used to have. So going forward, we will have one lieutenant that's assigned specifically to create the operation plans for all protests. So we're looking at several ways internally that we can improve. But one thing that I can tell you with certainty, and that was in my message tonight, is that we will be better prepared when these groups come to town next time. We assume that this group would play by the same rules they have for the past several weeks, and they changed their tactics on us. And to be quite honest, we weren't prepared for the level of criminal behavior that they brought to town this week. That won't happen again. We made a mistake, and I heard Mayor Pro Tem Wilk talk about a hands-off approach. We certainly do not intend to have a hands-off approach. That was the decision this past weekend based on a variety of circumstances to not engage for what was deemed property crimes. We would not stand by had we seen people being assaulted or had we seen violence occurring or a threat to public safety. We wouldn't do that. We won't do that going forward. And we won't stand by going forward and watch property crimes being committed. We will have a hands-on approach. We will be prepared and we'll have the resources available. So we learn from these incidents every time. We do what we can to improve. We create an after-action report and look at every detail of what transpired and look for ways to improve. We're doing that now. This was only a couple of days ago. This event occurred 3 days ago, so it's still very early. But we will look at ways to do things differently and better. And we take our job seriously to protect the community, and that's what we intend to do.
So were officers actually witnesses to what happened at Bourbon Highway, or was this all anecdotal that we were hearing tonight?
had an officer who reported seeing what I believe he described as a possible scuffle in front of Bourbon Highway. When we asked for additional information about that, he said it didn't seem to be occurring anymore. We did not get any 911 calls from Bourbon Highway. We had no information that there was any sort of active assault taking place. We saw the video, as did most people, with the person being pushed outside of Bourbon Highway, but we didn't see that at the time. We saw it on video after the fact. Also after the fact, we learned that somebody at Bourbon Highway, whether it was staff or a patron, I'm not sure which, but somebody was pepper sprayed by a protester. We did not observe that. Had we witnessed those things, we would have reacted. Most of the cases of assault and not vandalism, but assault and pepper spraying, these were things we learned of after the fact. So we did have officers on far perimeters, kind of watching from afar. They weren't mixed in with the protesters, but they were watching from afar, but they didn't have a vantage point where they could see everything.
So how many protesters were there on Saturday night, or how many were in this group? Because I'm reluctant to call everyone a protester, because vandalism to me is not maybe that's protest to some, but that would not be what Martin Luther King would call peaceful protesting. That would be considered destruction of private and public property.
I agree with you, but for the sake of this conversation, if we're going to call them all protesters, I would say there were 65 to 80 is the estimate that I heard.
And were they all together, moving together around town, or were they dispersed?
They were all together. They showed up at the Target parking lot, marched downtown, and then ended up coming back towards Target and ended at Bourbon Highway. And that's where the most significant altercation occurred.
So as they were moving through town, they were also spray painting property.
That's correct.
So we have different descriptions of things that have happened. We have the incident a few weeks ago on the Saturday night on Broadway.
Right.
An SUV and a group of looked to be 10 to 12 people. Beyond that, I think everybody could agree to those facts. What record do we have on video of what transpired? I mean, our officers wear body worn cameras. Did they activate them?
They did. Not every officer had a camera on, but we do have body worn camera footage from that event. That event is still an open investigation, so I'd rather not talk about that one tonight. It is still being investigated, and charges are being determined with the DA's office. So I prefer not to speak about that case since it's an open investigation of a criminal matter.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem now.
Thank you, Chief Hill. I appreciate your comments tonight. I wanted to ask you, and this is difficult because there actually is protesting, of course, that we see all the time, and there has been lots of discussions and chatter through social media and everything regarding protesting groups that are protesting. I guess if you want to call it peacefully, they're certainly not vandalizing or anything else going on, but they're marching down the street, creating a lot of noise, disturbing a lot of diners that are dining out. What can anything, or what would a police response be, or should there be a police response if there are protesters that are right outside of the border of outdoor dining? Of course, any dining now is outdoors during the pandemic, but when they are literally less than a foot away screaming at patrons and businesses, is that something that is perfectly legal, or can anything be done to curtail that?
I'm glad you asked that question because I do think it's important for the public to know. What you described is not criminal behavior. Protesters, as long as they're standing on the sidewalk on public property, they have a right to express their opinion. They have a right to say whatever they want in whatever tone of voice and however loudly they would like, and use whatever language they would like. So the police will not get involved with protesters when they're standing outside of a restaurant. And as you mentioned, most people are dining outside nowadays. If they're standing outside yelling at diners, our response would be to have a presence and be there to make sure that it doesn't escalate into any sort of physical assault. Some of these times it does escalate. I've seen drinks knocked over or drinks picked up and thrown at people. That is something that we would step in for. But we would not step in for a verbal altercation between diners and protesters.
And so what would happen if diners then stood up for themselves and started shouting back, and they're literally, a foot or two apart and just screaming at each other, which obviously can escalate very easily.
Right. So unless a law is being broken and a threat of violence is a violation of the law, if you say I'm going to X, I'm going to hurt you in some way, if there's a threat of violence or a threat of a fight, there is a penal code section for that. So we would potentially be able to make an arrest if there is a challenge to fight or a threat to fight, a threat made. But a verbal argument between two, there's no crime and there's nothing to do. However, again, if we have a large protest group standing outside of a dining establishment, I would like to have officers there and be present to discourage any sort of altercation or physical activity. And if physical altercation, if it does, we would step in. But it's an important distinction that I think the community needs to understand, because if they're out dining on a Friday or Saturday night and a group of protesters walks by and they're very loud and they're shouting at them and they expect the police to do something, there's not a lot we can do there. And we don't have any intention on intervening in those sort of circumstances.
And just one more question. So if the establishment then decides to bring everybody inside to avoid the protesters harassing them, I take it the police aren't going to enforce the indoor dining. I mean, there wouldn't be dining indoor, but they would now be indoors. Obviously, there's a conflict there with being in the purple tier and them bringing everybody inside. Would that be addressed in some way?
No, that is not the spirit of the law. That may be a letter of the law violation, but it's certainly not the spirit of the law. If somebody came inside to protect themselves or to not be subjected to verbally assaulted behavior, we certainly would not have any intent to enforce any sort of COVID laws. However, they could not take it inside and begin eating inside and create their restaurant indoors. But if they went in to take cover and to just get away from the behavior, that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments.
Matt, please.
Thank you, and thanks, Chief Hill, for the update. I thought it was important that maybe we provide a little bit of perspective. I know the police department recently released some updated crime statistics, and my reading of the crime statistics were that generally crime was down in Walnut Creek. I don't want to give the false impression to any of our citizens or residents that we're an unsafe community. I don't think that is the case at all. But I think we had an incident on Saturday night that it sounds like lessons are already being learned from and things are going to be done differently in the future. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that a little bit.
Well, I think I already addressed what's going to be done differently in the future for Councilmember Silva's question. In terms to crime being down, you're absolutely right. I didn't come prepared with crime statistics in front of me tonight, but I do believe across the board it's down in the range of 11 or 12, 13%, something in that range. So I would agree with you that Walnut Creek continues to be a safe city. However, I also agree with community members who are concerned by what they're seeing downtown on weekend nights. It's not the Walnut Creek that they're used to. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek myself. It's not the Walnut Creek that I'm used to or that I want to continue to exist. I believe we as a police department have an obligation to make sure that our downtown area is safe for our community members and visitors to feel that they can come down on a weekend night or any night for that matter and enjoy themselves without fear of being verbally or physically assaulted. And we have every intention of protecting citizens to ensure that they have the ability to do so. So I would concur that we continue to be a safe city again, but I also agree with the concerns of citizens whose safety is being jeopardized by what they're seeing by so-called protesters on weekends, and we intend to address that.
I appreciate that, and I'm concerned with that as well. And I wonder, one of the commenters, I believe it was Miss Reyes, spoke of a situation of, I'm not sure that she was actually encountered in her car, but had she been, can you give advice to someone in that situation? It sounds like that would be an unlikely situation, but if it were to occur, what is the appropriate thing to do?
that is one of the things, quite frankly, that really worries me. When somebody gets surrounded in their car and they're fearful for their safety, if they have their child in their car, whatever the circumstances, and they react in a way based on fear. On the evening that we talked about in October, when a vehicle was surrounded, our fear is just as much for the safety of the protesters as it is for the safety of the community. That person driving that car may very well, out of fear, step on the gas and run somebody over. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about people arming themselves based on what they've seen and taking the law into their own hands. My advice to the community, if they find themselves in that situation where they are being surrounded by protesters, if they have the ability to back up and move their vehicle out of that area, that would be my first option that I would suggest. If their vehicle is completely surrounded, my advice would be to roll up the windows and call for help and do what you can to wait for the police to get there. If your life is in jeopardy, if there are people outside your door banging on your car and trying to open the door and pull you out, it's a really tough situation. And I'm really hesitant to give advice to people, but the primary thing that I would like to suggest is call the police. We will do what we can to get there as soon as possible. Everybody's safety is of paramount importance to us. Back up, get yourself out of that situation. If you see protesters downtown and you can take an alternate route to begin with and avoid it altogether, that's the best course of action to begin with. Fortunately, this is not something we see very often. We have seen it a couple of times this year. It's been more than one occasion where a vehicle has been surrounded. And fortunately, we haven't seen anybody hurt, but it is something that that does worry me.
And just to follow up on that point, then it's not lawful for people to be in the streets peacefully assembling, correct? They can be on a sidewalk or in a park, but not in a public street.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So really quickly, so they are subject to arrest then for unlawful assembly, I guess it would be if they were in the street?
No. Being in the street, they would not be subject to arrest. It's unlawful, but it's an infraction. So it's a citation. The most we can do to somebody who's marching down the street is issue them a citation. And so far, the direction to our police officers has been to not get involved, to not engage somebody for merely walking down the street. That is what I would consider a minor crime, that we don't intend to create a potential altercation, a potential use of force for somebody committing an infraction. It's essentially the same as jaywalking. So it's not an arrestable offense, but it is unlawful. However, having said that, we do try to hold people accountable for these offenses when we can after the fact. And we have issued citations. Again, we're not trying to confront people at the moment, but if we know who they are and their identity is known to us, and we can hold them accountable in other ways after the fact by mailing them a citation, then that's what we're going to do, and that's what we have done.
If they've surrounded a vehicle and aren't allowing the vehicle to move, is that more than a jaywalking ticket?
Absolutely, that's different. That's considered false imprisonment. If you are preventing the free will of somebody to move, that is considered a false imprisonment. That is a felony, and we have the ability to act then. And that's what took place. That was the charge that was sent to the district attorney on the case that we talked about back in October. When you surround a vehicle and prevent it from moving, you are committing a felony offense, and we can't arrest for that.
Thank you.
And that would be true if they surrounded somebody in, say, a shopping center as well. You just circle somebody at random and menace them.
Absolutely. So that holds true whether they're in a vehicle or they're a pedestrian. If you prevent somebody's free will from moving, you are committing a felony.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Thank you for explaining something that I don't know that everybody, well, I do know that everybody doesn't understand, and you did it so I could understand it. So thank you. I appreciate that. I think we're ready to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a public hearing, and it's the adoption of the resolution approving 2019-2020 annual action plan substantial amendment to include additional CDBG-CV funding allocation. And I see Sharluna. So would you, Sharluna, are you the presenter, Sharluna?
Yes, I am. Mayor.
Righty, I'm looking forward to it.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mayor Haskew and members of the council. First off, thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Shaluna Vian, and I am the city's Affordable Housing and Grants Coordinator. Tonight, I'll be presenting on the 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan, substantial amendment to include the additional Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Funds, CDBG-CV for short. This additional round of allocation is also called CDBG-CV3. So to start off with some background information, in March of 2020, Congress passed the CARES Act in response to the growing effects of the coronavirus, also known as COVID-19. The city was allocated $201,000 to prepare for, respond to, and aid in the prevention of the coronavirus. Staff then went to City Council in July to approve of the 2020 substantial amendment to the Annual Action Plan to include the CDBG-CV funds. Shortly after that, in September, the city received an additional allocation of CDBG-CV funds in the amount of $439,000. In total, the city has received $640,000 through the CDBG-CV funds, separate from our annual entitlement funds. And then that brings us to tonight's meeting, where staff and HCD are proposing another substantial amendment to the 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan to include the additional CDBG-CV3 funds. So since the funds are passed through the CDBG program, any activities funded must meet at least one of the 3 national objectives, which are serving low and moderate income persons up to 80% of the area median income. Funds under this category can be easily spent, and it's typically how we operate our entitlement program. The second national objective is to aid in slumber blight areas. However, this wouldn't be a good fit for the CDBG program because Walnut Creek doesn't have any designated areas for slumber blight. And the last national objective is to assist in urgent need. And when we think of urgent need, we think of a natural disaster like an earthquake, but it would also apply to COVID also. However, to use this national objective, we have to show that no other funds were available to be used. And of these 3 categories, 70% of the funds minus program administration costs must go towards benefiting low and moderate income persons. Additionally, for this CDBG-CV3, there is an emphasis to keep people housed, but it doesn't limit the funds exclusively to those activities. So due to the urgency around the coronavirus and the need to expend the funds out quickly, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, has provided some waivers and flexibilities to the CDBG regulations. They have waived the 50% public services cap. Normally, the 15% public services category is very competitive. HUD is also allowing for retroactive reimbursements as long as it ties back to COVID-19, so as early as March or April. This next one is new. Subsistence payment has been extended from a period of 3 months to 6 months. Subsistence payment are things like housing, utility, clothing, and food costs. And then lastly, for the expenditure deadline, it's different for the coronavirus funds. You can kind of think of it as standalone funds, but the expenditure deadline is 80% in 3 years, 100% in 5 years, and the program administration cap is for the entire grant allocation rather than on an annual basis. So to get these funds out quickly and due to the increase in community need, staff has streamlined the funding process. We met with the CDBG consortium to discuss the funding priorities and the processes for it. From there, we kind of collectively decided that the quickest way to allocate out funds would be to directly solicit existing grantees, specifically grantees who focuses on housing retention, homeless prevention, and homeless services. This is directly in line with the emphasis to keep people housed and avoid homelessness. And then from there, staff met with the program managers to discuss program budgets to show the increase in COVID-related costs. On October 22nd, the Housing and Community Development Committee, made up of Mayor Haskew and Councilmember Francois, reviewed and came up with a funding recommendation for the CDBG CV3 funds. So this slide here is what's proposed at tonight's meeting, the CDBG CV3 funding plan. The HCD committee is recommending the following categories: emergency, housing, and utility assistance. That would be for rent and mortgage assistance, tenant landlord services, homeless services, and program administration. And we'll go more into the different categories in the next few slides. As a refresher, in the first round of CDBG CV funds allocation, we recommended $90,000 for the homeless prevention program. In other words, for the housing and utility assistance. So between round 1 and round 3, we anticipate allocating about $406,000 for emergency housing and utility assistance. So for emergency housing and utility assistance, we anticipate there will be a huge increase in need once the county moratorium expires in January of 2021, along with AB 3088. Shelter Inc. and St. Vincent de Paul will be the service provider for this program. Between the two rounds of allocation, we anticipate being able to serve 57 households or 171 persons with an average household size of 3. The rest of the CDBG consortium are also recommending funds for housing and utility assistance. In relation to the moratorium expiring and due to the passage of AB 3088, we also anticipate seeing a greater need for tenant landlord services, specifically for legal assistance. Echo Housing provides tenant landlord services on behalf of the city. They mediate housing disputes and also provide landlords and tenants of their housing rights and responsibility. At the time when staff was preparing funding recommendations to go to HCD, we consulted with Echo Housing for how much we should allocate to tenant landlord services, specifically legal assistance. At the time, we recommended $15,000, $5,000 of which would go to host a COVID protection webinar, and $10,000 would go to host an attorney to assist low-income households facing eviction. The HCD committee is also recommending for 2 programs under homeless services. Trinity Center is a nonprofit homeless service provider in Walnut Creek. And annually, we partner with Trinity Center to host the winter shelter at the Armory. Due to COVID-19, congregate shelterings have certain restrictions and protocols in place, like limiting the capacity, increasing the sanitation requirement, and also requiring them to purchase things like tents. So due to this, Trinity Center has seen an increase in their operating budget, and they are requesting for funds for personnel and non-personnel costs. Staff would also like to note that the city is a significant funder of Trinity Center's program, including the 2 listed on this slide and the Safe Parking program. With the winter shelter regular program operation, we currently fund about 48% of it. In relation to the CDBG CV funding recommendation, HCD is recommending that we provide 97% in assistance for the COVID-related costs, and also recommend implementing a match requirement of 45%, where the city can cover up to 55 cents for every dollar. So that allows Trinity Center to have cost savings without jeopardizing the city funding, but also ensures that they are not heavily dependent on city funding. Similarly to the winter evening program, the day services program has also seen an increase in their operating budget. Funds requested are for personal protective equipment, PPE, cleaning supplies, and for funds for professional launder for staff who are in contact with the public daily. Lastly, the HCD committee is recommending that only 11% of this round of allocation be used for program admin. Program admin is capped at 20% for the entire grant allocation, but combined with the program admin in round 1 and 11% in this round, we believe that it's sufficient to cover the grant administration costs to oversee the program. This, in effect, will allow $40,000 to go towards direct program support. So the HCD committee is recommending that City Council adopt the attached resolution, which approves of the substantial amendment to the 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan to include the additional CDBG CV3 funding recommendations. Additionally, staff would like to address the correspondence received in attachment 5 that was part of the staff report. In late October, after the HCD committee meeting, the CDBG consortium, including Walnut Creek, was contacted by Raise the Roof, an advocacy coalition based in Contra Costa County, urging all of us to fund for additional legal assistance. The coalition believes that there is a high need for legal assistance due to the upcoming expiration of the county's moratorium, along with the complexity and the nuance of the temporary tenant protection under AB 3088. In the letter, Raise the Roof urges the CDBG consortium to jointly fund around $1 million for legal assistance that would cover Contra Costa County. This is the equivalent of 7 full-time attorneys. More specifically, Walnut Creek would need to allocate $73,926 to cover Walnut Creek's residents specifically to hire a part-time employee. So upon receiving this letter from the coalition, the other neighboring jurisdictions like Antioch, Concord, and also the urban county, they have also been adjusting their funding amount for legal assistance also. So based on the coalition's feedback, staff has prepared alternative funding recommendation for council's consideration. So as you can see on this slide, the alternative funding recommendation would move funds from housing assistance to legal assistance instead, and would meet the request from Raise the Roof, along with provide $5,000 to Echo Housing to host a COVID protection webinar. To be candid, the amount available is insufficient to meet either the housing or legal assistant need, and it is uncertain of what's to come in January and past that, and whether AB 3088 would be extended. Staff would be in support of the alternative funding recommendations, along with the proposed backup funding scenario, where in the scenario we would be able to move CDBG CV funds that were underutilized or not needed to activities or programs that are in higher need. With that said, that is the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I imagine there are questions. Does anybody in council, did I see your hand go up, Matt? Councilmember Francois.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sherluna, for the good report and PowerPoint. I had a couple of questions about the Echo Housing and the alternate recommendation. One was just to make sure the figures matched up. I thought the coalition was asking for $73,926 from Walnut Creek, and it looked like it was 78. So
yeah, so correct. So $73,926 would be allocated towards legal assistance, and then $5,000 would go directly to Echo Housing to host a COVID protection webinar. Because of all the nuances with all these tenant protections, Echo Housing would, kind of help residents interpret all of that.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then you said some of the neighboring jurisdictions had made changes to their funding recommendations. Did they do it to the full amount that was requested by the coalition, or some lesser amount?
Yeah, at this time, I know that the urban county, Antioch, and Concord are fulfilling the request. Right now, I think Pittsburgh is still considering their funding recommendations.
Okay, so totaling all those up, it looks like it's about 800,000 of the million between those two agencies, assuming that or those three agencies, if they gave the full amount.
Correct.
And as part of our regular annual CDBG funding, we provide a certain amount to Echo Housing. And does it go for lawyer services for tenant landlord issues?
Yeah, so with our regular entitlement CDBG funds, we fund the $11,500 to tenant landlord services for Echo Housing. A portion of it does go towards hiring an attorney. Echo Housing currently contracts with an attorney on a needed basis. So that is currently what's being funded.
And I noticed staff didn't seem to have a recommendation one way or the other. It seemed like you said, we'd be okay if you went along with this alternative, but it sounded like you'd be okay if we didn't. So do you have a more of a stronger position on it or rationale why we should make a change from what we did at HCD?
Yeah, I can chime in on that, and then if Margo, if you have anything, but I would be in support of changing the funding allocations to the amount that Raise the Roof is asking. They really believe that that covers Walnut Creek residents sufficiently. And I think because the other jurisdictions are funding at the requested amount, I think it is in good faith that we pursue that option also. And because we have these backup funding scenarios, that, for example, if funds aren't fully utilized for legal assistance, we could potentially shift that over to emergency housing and utility assistance at a later time. Margo, if you have anything else to add to.
Yeah, thank you, Sharluna. I definitely support what Sharluna is saying. And I think, one of the things HUD did allow for a lot of waivers in terms of the public comment period and other things in order to expedite the approval process and have the funds available. So the timing for when the analysis and information from Raise the Roof came in was after we'd already, met with ECHO, made a recommendation and gone to HCD. And so, in consideration of not having had the opportunity to have that under the normal time frame, we're considering it a little more seriously. And we did meet with representatives from Raise the Roof on Monday morning. I do think we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if the moratorium, if the eviction moratorium might be extended, if protections under AB 30 could potentially be extended. So it's hard to know where the need is going to be the highest and what will be utilized the most urgently. But because we have the backup scenarios, we do have some flexibility. And Sharluna and I, along with the consortium and the providers, will be working out kind of the details and how to manage that in terms of the timeline. So I do kind of feel supportive of both alternatives, but I think having some additional resources available for legal assistance in the event that it's needed would provide some security and allow the organization to prepare for that.
Thank you.
Did I see a hand go up? Or
Yeah.
the city manager, I'm going to give the city manager priority.
Real quick, thanks. Just to follow on to if either Margo or Sharluna, you could clarify. So if I understood the slide correctly, the allocation to Raise the Roof would come at the cost of what was planned to go for homelessness and supporting the winter night shelter as well as Trinity's operations. So what is the impact of that change to homelessness if that is reallocated to Raise the Roof? Or am I misinterpreting that slide?
So, sorry, let me go on the Zoom. But we would not be shifting funds. In alternative funding, it is not shifting funds from homeless services. It would be shifting funds from emergency housing and utility assistance. And currently, if I can have that show up, was about $68,000 from emergency housing that would go over to legal assistance.
And
sorry.
what would the impact be to the emergency housing then? Just talk through that dynamic. Obviously, there was a rationale for the initial proposal. A late request came in and that funding's being shifted. So what is the impact to those that would have received that funding under the initial proposal?
Yeah, so under the initial funding recommendations, we anticipated being able to serve 57 households. So that's about $6,000 per household on average. And with the shift in funding, that would bring the amount to, I believe, 47 households being served. I don't know the exact math, but it was like around a difference of 9 households. And then by shifting the funds to legal assistance, in their letter, they believe that they can actually serve 100 households and individuals. So before we were anticipating being able to serve 30 with that, with $15,000 being allocated. So there's a significant difference in the number of people being served. And if Margo, once again, if you have anything else to add.
Actually, I'd like to jump in if you don't mind, Charluna. Terry Kilgore, Assistant City Manager. I think Charluna raised a really good point in that we're talking about shifting between direct assistance to households into helping people with the legal process to hopefully stay in their homes. And it is a little bit fluid. We are taking our best guess at this. But what we discussed as a team is that by putting in this fail-safe mechanism that says if we don't use that much money in the legal defense side or the legal assistance side, I should say, I'm sorry, that it would then go back into the pot that would go to direct assistance to families. So we're earmarking it, but if it turns out that the need isn't there, we can shift it back fairly easily and get it back into the direct assistance. So it really is trying to look into our muddy crystal ball. Perhaps it's maybe not exactly the right split, but we feel like there's so much demand, like Margot said, that we think all of these monies will get used fairly quickly, depending with the caveat that the state or the county may take action and extend out some of these moratoriums. And if they do, we would probably want to pivot a bit on our allocations.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much for the explanation, Charluna and Margot and Dan and Terry. So ordinarily with funds like these, there are deadlines to spend. What's the deadline? And it may be different than the normal CDBG grant cycle. Is there a deadline based on this is CARES Act dollars?
Yeah, so for the CARES Act dollar, once again, the expenditure deadline is 80% in 3 years and then 100% in 5 years to be in good standing with the HUD program.
Okay, so it isn't as fast as the CARES Act dollars that were coming through the state budget allocation and out to the cities and counties through that, okay? And or from FEMA.
But
how soon will we know whether the legal assistance is what is needed or whether we really are going to just pivot and push those monies back toward direct assistance?
Margo, do you have a suggestion on that?
Yeah, so we would, we still need to meet with the consortium and with this money for legal assistance would actually go through Echo Housing still. So Echo Housing would still be the recipient and they would subcontract for the legal services. We need to have additional conversations, but I would envision we would put some sort of timeline that would be shorter than what the CV fund deadline is for expenditure. I don't know if we'd be looking at 6 months or a year or what sort of time frame we want to look at to where we could pull the funds back and redistribute them if they're not utilized.
Because if these are COVID related, it's the here and now. It's not waiting a year and then for Echo Housing to do a report and say, oh, we didn't use it all. And then you have people that needed the direct assistance that weren't able to get it in the here and now. So that would
we'll be working actively with, how to structure that. And it does have to be tied to COVID. That's actually like a criteria. So it can't be tied to anything else. It has to be related to the, impacts that the household had related to COVID, either loss of job or something else.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Do they have, because we're really kind of juggling money, are we going to insist that they have a consistent reporting system so that we know how it's being spent?
Yes, we do have systems in place where we do quarterly progress reports and quarterly reimbursements. So we will be updated and then it could be more frequent if we request of that, but right now it's on a quarterly basis.
Okay, well, right now at a quarterly basis makes sense, but if everything doesn't get forwarded, if the maybe whichever number doesn't get extended, then I think we want something faster than that.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I may add that actually for Shelter Inc. and St. Vincent de Paul, because it is housing and utility assistance and they may not have the fund for it, they will be submitting monthly demands instead. So we will know how quickly they'll allocate the funds out, but the progress reports will still be every quarter, but we can see how quickly they use the fund just because of the reimbursement request.
Thank you. All right.
And
other?
Oh,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I'll just add, we certainly with the CDBG CD3 funds, we will be structuring the contracts to be very sort of tailored to the specific activity and how we're wanting to manage those funds. So they may be, we'll be working on that, and the contract will be structured to, to sort of consider the types of things that you're saying, like how quick are the funds being utilized, what is the actual need, and to give us an opportunity to be able to assess that as we go.
Good, thank you. All right, I am not seeing any more questions from council, so it is now time to offer public comment. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to talk about this particular topic, including how we're allocating the money? City Clerk, would you please take control?
Sure, we have several speakers. We'll go ahead and start with Dina.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes, Dina. Oh, you were there and then you weren't.
Okay, excuse me. Am I there now? Yes.
You are there now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Dina Levine Lipset, a resident of Walnut Creek, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide input on the allocation of funds for direct legal services, eviction defense for vulnerable Walnut Creek renters. I'm a longtime resident, 35 years, and on a personal note, I'm extremely mindful of the privilege that our family has had for decades to be able to live in secure housing. But my hope is that all renters of Walnut Creek suffering financial burdens because of COVID-19 can continue to keep a roof over their heads and not become victims of displacement. This requires legal defense. I'm also here as a board member of JFCS East Bay, an Alameda and Contra Costa-based nonprofit agency dedicated to protecting the most vulnerable citizens in our communities. And in the face of coming evictions, I believe that the city of Walnut Creek needs to be able to provide appropriate levels of legal defense. Many of our clients, renters, are immigrants and refugees with language obstacles, but even without this challenge, the law is complicated. 308 is complicated. Low-income renters threatened with eviction need direct representation and defense in order to stabilize housing and prevent homelessness. So the recommendations for tenant landlord services, a proposed $15,000, is not enough to pay for a meaningful level of legal assistance. I highly recommend that the council consider allocating approximately $75,000 recommended by Raise the Roof for a dedicated part-time attorney to serve low-income renters. And I'd like to thank you in advance for budgeting positive values, and that is the protection of vulnerable Walnut Creek residents.
Next.
Ria?
Dear, you were here and then you disappeared too.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, my name is Ria Hernandez, and I lost my home during the pandemic, and a 3-day notice was put on my door this past July, and I had extremely difficult time understanding my rights and, finding the right people to help me. And I resorted into moving with my family this past summer, and since then I've been unable to work full time and am caring for my daughter, who is only 2 years old. And so I'm completely concerned about her health, my health, and the people around me. And had I known that I had state and local protections during this time, I would have approached the situation much differently. My former landlord never informed me of my rights and now is claiming I owe her thousands of dollars, and the situation has completely disrupted my ability to care for myself and for my family. Without necessary funding, many tenants are at risk of losing their homes just like I did. And while I did receive some guidance through nonprofits, I don't have anywhere near as many resources that my landlord has. And there are many people like me who are being taken advantage of and need help navigating a system that very much favors landlords. Please understand that what is happening is nothing new, and landlords will continue to use these tactics, and I need somebody to defend me. And I really thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alex Worth.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Good evening. My name is Alex Worth, and I'm the Policy Associate at East Bay Housing Organizations, a member of Raise the Roof. We're really glad that the city is looking to use its CDBG funds to stabilize low-income families. Given the likely expiration of eviction moratoria in January, we agree it's paramount, as the staff report says, to quote, focus on keeping people housed and avoiding homelessness. But if that is indeed the goal, then we urge you to consider allocating additional money for direct legal representation and eviction defense. Earlier today, the County Board of Supervisors allocated $600,000 in CDBG to Echo Housing for tenant legal services. Of this, $540,000 will be subcontracted to Centro Legal de la Raza, a legal aid organization with a proven track record of serving low-income and often undocumented residents in the East Bay. In the coming weeks, both Concord and Antioch are poised to do the same. This program will create a much-needed system for eviction defense for low-income families, but because it's CDBG funded, tenants will only be able to access these services if they live in the urban county or an entitlement jurisdiction that funds the program. So while we're glad you're considering a small contribution of $15,000, we strongly disagree with the premise that this amount will allow ECHO to hire an attorney who can provide legal assistance to those who need it. To the contrary, this simply isn't enough money to meet the stated goals. Walnut Creek is home to an estimated 4,100 low-income, cost-burdened renter households, many of which could face eviction without high-quality legal assistance. Hiring even a half-time attorney will cost $75,000. Now, we understand that these funds are limited, and we believe that the other services and organizations under consideration are all worthy recipients. But given what's happening between ECHO, Centro Legal, and members of the CDBG consortium, now is a critical and opportune time for Walnut Creek to participate in this new legal service program. So if it's not possible to provide the money out of this pot of CDBG, and we hope it is, then we urge you to look for other ways to fund a half-time attorney to support impacted residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Wally.
Did we lose her?
Beautiful. I think we did.
Oh, phew. Okay, next speaker, and hopefully she'll connect back in time.
Ronnie Boyd.
Hi, Ronnie.
Hi. I'm representing East Bay Housing Organizations. In the face of coming evictions, the city of Walnut Creek needs to be able to provide appropriate levels of legal support. Low-income renters need more assistance for legal outreach and direct eviction defense than what is currently being allocated. The city council's funding recommendations for tenant landlord services. I propose $10,000 meaningful impact housing for eviction assistance, given the of even a half-time attorney in this area. So therefore, I urge that Walnut Creek City Council consider allocating at least $75,000 for a dedicated half-time attorney serving low-income renters in Walnut Creek. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna try Catherine Wally again.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. I don't know, Zoom just shut me out when I tried last time. Good evening again, council members. This is Catherine Wally, and I'm a resident of Walnut Creek. Thank you for letting me back in. First of all, I'm so grateful that our city is receiving CBDG funds to help those who are in need at this incredibly difficult time, and that a portion is being allocated for legal assistance. I recently spoke at during public comment at our County Board of Supervisors meetings to encourage them to increase the county's investment in direct legal representation for tenants and eviction defense. Based on the number of tenants at serious risks of eviction, as was recently reported in the Times, we are in dire need of legal services and attorneys available to defend defendants whose rights are being violated or whose landlords are being abusive. I would like to also ensure that our city ensures that residents coming from marginalized communities, as well as those whose primary language is not English, are aware of the funds for legal defense services. One way of doing so is to allocate CDBG funds to culturally and linguistically competent community-based organizations throughout the city, so that they can make sure that the money reaches these particular members of our community. And that is all. Thank you very much for your time and for your work.
Thank you as well. Thank you for your persistence. This is the last speaker coming up. Please welcome Louis in, please.
Lucas Carboni.
Hello, can you hear me? Right, thank you. I would just like to state my support for the plan to hire a tenants' rights attorney and my concurrence with all previous commentators. I believe that this use of funds will probably do better than anything else to ensure that tenants will still be able to stay in their homes, and in that way both prevent homelessness that could arrive. I believe someone predicted that our homeless this crisis in California could very, very drastically swell as a result of this evictions crisis, including in Walnut Creek, and that this will also serve to help prevent the COVID-19 pandemic, because any evictions will probably result in people doubling up and further worsen an overcrowding crisis that's also contributing to this COVID-19 crisis. I believe that for both these public health reasons, but for all of society, as well as because of the inherent good of housing that this will have, I would support this plan to hire a tenants' rights attorney. I don't think there's any way we could spend this money better than ensuring that these tenants will not become homeless or doubled up in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm closing public comment at this time, and we're bringing it back to council. Does any council have comments, or do I hear a motion, or what's going on? Councilmember Silva.
I just would like to hear from the two members of the Housing and Community Development Committee, because you heard it. You've heard it all. You've been studying this, and I would follow your lead.
Oh, that's us.
Well, you can dump it to Matt. I mean, you know.
Well, why don't I dump it to Matt, and then if I don't agree with him, I'll let you know.
Sure, I'm happy to be the dumpee. I, you know, I appreciate all the staff input and the public input on this. My initial reaction was we should stick with our original plan, but then in hearing the comments and thinking about it, it was particularly helpful to me when Charluna, Margot, and Terry kind of made it clear that we'd still be helping 100 people with these funds and losing maybe those supplemental funding for 9 families. So I do think there is a major need for legal representation. And I also happen to know firsthand that lawyers are not cheap. And I think that a lawyer with this specialty could help a lot of families. And we have the backup funding recommendations. If I'd like, I guess, a little further clarity on that. If we had a deadline, like Councilmember Silva said earlier, if the funds are not used, they back into St. Vincent de Paul and provide more kind of direct housing. So I'm also recommend this because our neighboring jurisdictions have stepped up and are doing the same thing. It sounds like the county and Antioch and Concord are there, and hopefully Pittsburgh will be there as well. And I think we are part of a larger county consortium. We have people in need in our community as well. And so I would be in support of the alternative staff recommendation.
And I would as well. It is thoughtful. You know, it's very clear from my experience trying to translate tax law to people that sometimes they have the best intentions of doing everything perfectly, and yet they don't even know the right words to start the sentence with. So it is critical to get that professional help, and therefore I support the dumpies recommendation and the staff's recommendation, and I hope that satisfies the rest of the council.
Dumpy is prepared to make a motion. Unless other
Go.
members would like. Okay, so I move to approve the alternative funding recommendation provided by staff in their in the email from Margaret.
I will second. Oh, I was going to second the motion, but I will let you do it instead.
Thank you. Thank you. Because I second the motion.
Does that the question? Does that include the the funding backup scenarios?
Yes.
Yes.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, that includes the resolution as well, too. Correct.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Right, Matt?
It does, absolutely.
Yep. Okay, may I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Mayor Haskew,
Aye.
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell,
Aye.
and Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're on a roll.
Could we get a 5-minute break?
I expect that would be easily possible. So we will reconvene at 9:45. 8:40, 9:45, is it 9:45? By Jove, it is. Thank you and welcome back to the meeting for this evening. Our next item is the adoption of, oops, nope, it's the Community Benefits Program. And I'm going to take a wild guess that the person that will be presenting this is Andrew Smith. Is that correct, Andy?
You guessed correctly.
All righty, would you please take it away then?
Certainly, and let me share my screen here. This is set up. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. You can see my screen, I take it? Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Andrew Smith, and I'm the head of Long Range and Transportation Planning for the city of Walnut Creek, and I'm glad to be before you here this morning. Not my best work, I know. There we go. Okay. So we're here to talk about a community benefits program. This has been a long time coming, and I'm very quickly going to give you a background. This has been a little while since it's been before this council, so just a quick refresher course. I know it's late, so we'll go through it fast. The basic concept of a community benefits program is one where a developer can provide some extra public improvements or public facilities in exchange for additional height, density, floor area, things like that. Basically, they provide some extra things beyond what would normally be required of their development, and in exchange, they get to have a larger development. The two recently approved specific plans, the West Downtown and the North Downtown specific plans, both propose to make use of a community benefits program to achieve their respective visions, and that is implemented through the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance amendments for that were adopted, I believe it was last year. And as the regulations currently stand, community benefit proposals require what's called a planned development permit, or a PDP. This is a fairly extensive permit process that is actually would be wrapped up in with the development entitlement itself, that is with the design review, for example. And in order for, under the current scheme, in order for a developer to propose a community benefit, they would have to provide full development plans, the design and landscape plans. They would have to go through the full hearing process, design review commission, the planning commission and city council, and would basically have to expend a lot of time and effort before finding out whether their community benefit was accepted and the bonus they've been relying upon in their plans has been granted. And as it stands presently, it's a purely negotiation-based process where the developer makes an offer and hopes that it's good enough. Since those regulations were adopted, there have also been some rather significant changes to the state's housing laws that have an effect on the development review process. Most notably is SB 330, which places a limit on the number of hearings that can be required for residential or mixed use development, no more than 5 hearings. Also requires cities only to use objective design standards for residential or mixed use projects. And also there are, in addition to SB 330, there are other housing laws that further sweeten the pot, so to speak, for affordable housing. There's much more generous density bonus provisions under the state laws now. The impact of all of this on the community benefits program as it currently stands in the city is such that if a developer wanted to avail themselves of our current process, they would be looking at a process that would involve much more time, a fair bit more risk and uncertainty, and consequently more cost. And accordingly, we have not in the, I want to say it's been a year, I forget exactly how long the current regs were adopted, but we have not seen any community benefit applications submitted during that time. A number of interested developers waiting for the revision, if you will. And we would not, we wouldn't really expect to see much in the way of community benefit proposals under the current regulations, given this situation with the state housing laws. We would basically expect to only see proposals for affordable housing and very little else. So we went back to the drawing board, again, at the direction of this council. And in coming up with a new community benefits program, there's 3 basic concepts that we're trying to find a balance between: flexibility, flexibility to the developer to be able to have flexibility in deciding what they'd like to propose, certainty, trying to minimize risk, and that also applies to the community as a whole. They'd like to know what they're going to be getting kind of up front, and then always having an eye on implementation. And so what comes into the middle of the Venn diagram usually plays out in jurisdictions that have community benefits programs with one of three different methods of going about things. There's a formula-based option, a points type system, standards-based, where there's a specific list of community benefits, and if you provide one of those, you get your benefits, or your bonus, I should say. And then there's the negotiation, the let's make a deal method, which is what we have at the present. In May of this year, this council did review and approve a draft framework for this new community benefits program. And at its core, it actually includes really all three of those options or those methods of going about providing community benefits. And so this really allows an individual developer to find the sweet spot where, the balance between the certainty and flexibility that works best for them. And so we have both the points, site-specific, and flexible options included in that. Also, what was approved or direction received in May from this council was to begin a amendment to the North Downtown specific plan to remove affordable housing from the list of potential community benefits. Now, on the surface, when you hear remove affordable housing, that sounds like a terrible thing, but it is very much worth noting. And as I alluded to earlier, there's been some significant changes to the state's housing laws, in particular with regard to density bonuses and incentives for projects that include affordable housing. And the resulting situation would be, if we allowed affordable housing to be included as a community benefit, it would be double counted in that you'd get that development bonus through this program, as well as density bonuses and other incentives through state law. That doesn't really seem fair, and it would also prevent us from likely seeing any other kind of community benefits being provided other than affordable housing. So by removing this, it would encourage a variety of benefits being brought to life within the city. And this is consistent with the West Downtown specific plan, which does identify affordable housing as a benefit to the community, but does refer to the state housing laws, the density bonus laws for achieving that. And it is worth noting that both of these specific plans, when they were adopted, saw significant upzonings, and there are significant housing opportunities within each of the plan areas. So with that as background, I come before you tonight with basically three documents for council consideration. There's the community benefits program document itself, there's a zoning ordinance amendment, and then there's an amendment to the North Downtown specific plan. And let's go ahead and start with the community benefits program. This is really kind of the meat of the matter, if you will, where I expect you'll probably focus most of your attention. And this includes the purpose, the process, and the points, as I have on the slide here in shorthand, for the community benefits program. To be a little more verbose, it includes the review criteria for community benefit proposals. This program includes a majority of the actual regulations, and also contains those three options previously described for providing community benefits. Importantly, this would be adopted by a city council resolution, and as such could be relatively easily amended when compared to, say, an ordinance. An ordinance requires at a minimum a planning commission hearing, a city council hearing, a second city council hearing, and then it doesn't even go into effect for 30 days after that second hearing. Whereas a resolution requires just one hearing at the city council and can go into effect immediately. And so it allows this community benefits program to be nimble and responsive to changes in market conditions, changes in the list of community benefits based on what other benefits have been provided up to the point so far. It allows it, as I said, to be a nimble document at the discretion of the city council. So let's go into those three options in detail. First option, the points-based benefits. This is going to be the one that will take me the longest to describe, and probably, honestly, will be the one most often used by developers. My gut tells me, at least. At the core, there's a list of community benefits with associated point values. Developers would then, for providing the benefits on the list, would exchange those points earned for development bonuses. And those development bonuses are granted in standard increments of height, density, and FAR, floor area ratio. So basically you get all three of them as an increment together. And it roughly translates such that each bonus is about equivalent to one more floor on your building, one more floor worth of height, one more floor worth of floor area, and one more floor worth of density. And of course, larger properties would require more points per bonus. These types of applications, as there's not quite as much discretion involved in them, would go to the Planning Commission for approval, for acceptance of the community benefit and granting of the development bonuses. Now let's look at the list itself. Sure, it looks familiar. We did have this in the framework in May. The community benefits themselves, like for example here, transit improvements, streetscape improvements, etc. Those were all sourced from the two specific plans, and those were all included in the list on the list that was before you in May. The actual amount of each of these benefits, the version in May was just an illustrative example. It was just meant to show, what this could look like, but we hadn't actually done the math. We've since done the math to calibrate the cost of these things to make them, roughly equal. And when you're looking at all the list of community benefits on this list, really there's 4 different types. The first is publicly owned physical improvements. And these are things like, new streets, undergrounding of utilities, things of that nature, bike paths, entry feature gateways, etc., streetscape improvements, etc. And this is kind of a key point here. The cost to the developer to actually construct that community benefit is roughly equivalent to 5% of their additional cost of construction to build a larger project. So what that means is it's the cost of the benefit to them is about 5% of the incremental increase in the cost for them to build their development. To make the building larger. It's not 5% of the total project valuation, it's just 5% of the additional construction cost to build that extra floor that they're getting a bonus for in the first place. The second category is privately owned physical improvements. And the most common example of this is a privately owned public open space, or POPOs is the odd term used in the industry. They're pretty common in San Francisco and elsewhere. These are things that would be privately owned but open to the public. They would cost generally less to the developer to build because they're generally not subject to the prevailing wage requirements that apply for publicly owned physical improvements. However, the developer would be taking on the maintenance of that community benefit in perpetuity. And so that partially makes up for that lower cost, as does the fact that these usually would be on the same site as the development. And so it also serves as an amenity to the development itself, in addition to, of course, the larger community. And so it kind of balances out, we feel. Third category are privately owned commercial uses. Again, these come from those two specific plans. And these are uses where the use itself is seen as having an intrinsic value to the community. So hotels and grocery stores, hotels generally provide a large amount of tax revenue to the city, which can then, of course, provide services and facilities to the citizenry. Grocery stores provide convenient access to fresh foods. And again, those came out of the two specific plans. Then the last category are financial contributions. And this was actually added to the points-based option at the direction of this council last May. This would be taken up through the establishment of the Community Benefits Fund, which would be a fully discretionary fund for the City Council to decide how to spend. The intent being that basically developers can just pay into this instead, and then once the city collects enough money to build a community benefit that the City Council wants, City Council can go ahead and direct and make that happen. This is basically, it's a faster and simpler alternative for developers who just simply want to write a check. However, it comes at a little bit of a premium cost. The dollar values that are associated with this are about 15% higher than the construction cost of building the community benefits that are otherwise on that list. And this is for a number of reasons, but one, obviously the city would be taking on the risk of construction through this process. And so charging the premium encourages developers to build the improvement or to build the community benefits if they can. And it also just avoids pricing out everything else and helps to provide some guidance to the City Council for requests for flexible community benefits that I'll be describing in a moment. The second option is the site-specific benefits. This is where we have a list of specific projects that are contained both within the plan areas and outside of the plan areas. The ones that are in the plan areas are ones where it's something like, say, Giammona Plaza, which is actually illustrated here, where it can only happen in one place, and as such can really only be provided by one developer, one property owner. In this case, the Honda site, the property owner for that. And this option 2 allows the Planning Commission to approve up to the full possible development bonuses in exchange for a developer providing any of the items listed, any of the public or community benefits that are listed under this option. And it is notable that, as you can see by the inclusion of the Clark Memorial Swim Center replacement, for example, some of the items on this list are rather costly. And it's more likely that if they were to be provided by the development community at all, it would be by multiple developers coming in together, building multiple projects, but providing one benefit. Otherwise, we might wind up realizing those benefits through the spending of money from that community benefits fund that I mentioned before. And again, these would be approved by the Planning Commission. And then the third and last option is the flexible benefits option, the let's make a deal option, if you want to play Monty Hall, where a developer makes an offer, proposes the benefit, and requests a specific development bonus. And this can include financial contributions. The reason why it would be that is a possibility under the flexible benefits is in case a developer wants to make a case that there is a good reason why the city should be willing to accept a lesser amount of money than what would be specified through the points-based option. It provides flexibility for special circumstances, essentially. And because there's a fair bit of discretion involved in this, these are heard by the City Council rather than the Planning Commission. So in addition to those 3 options, this community benefits program establishes a review process for reviewing these applications. And in all cases, what we're proposing right now is that this be done through a pre-development application. This is different actually for options 1 and 2, the points-based and the site-specific option. This is different than what was presented and approved in May. And I do want to highlight that. The pre-development application was always in the works, so if you will, for the flexible option that goes to council. But previously we had recommended that for the points-based and site-specific, the decision of granting the bonus and accepting the community benefits just be wrapped up in the regular development entitlement process, as part of like with design review or a use permit. The downside to that is similar to our existing process. It requires the developer to really do quite a bit in terms of coming up with their plans and whatnot for the development before they even know if they've received the bonus. And so it really makes sense to just establish the building envelope at the start. It makes it far less risky and uncertain for the developer. It also then helps us comply with the limitation on public meetings under SB 330. As a pre-development application, we would only be looking at the community benefit proposed and the bonus requested, which would just simply be what's the height limit going to be, what's the density limit going to be, what's the floor area ratio limit going to be. We would not be looking at a development proposal itself, and consequently would not be subject to the provisions of SB 330. And that's an important distinction. Once they received their acceptance of the community benefit and granting of the development bonus, then they would go through the normal entitlement process, design review and the like. And when that would go to the design review commission, the height limit and the FAR and the density would be a done deal. As far as the specific review criteria, there's obviously the normal, you have to be consistent with the general plan, zoning, specific plans. For community benefits that would become publicly owned, city-owned facilities, they have to be built to city standards. There's also a finding that has to be made that there be no undue negative fiscal impact to the city. Okay, well, why that? As an example, there is an add-on bonus point that is available to a developer who's providing streetscape improvements, for example. They can get 1 additional point if they also include a gateway entry feature to the city where specified by one of the specific plans. And if the developer proposes a gateway feature that is a big elaborate fountain, for example, well, big elaborate fountains come with big elaborate maintenance, which result in big elaborate expenses to the city. And that's a situation where the city might say, yeah, that's some undue negative fiscal impacts to us. Why don't you come back with something less maintenance intensive? And so that's why that finding is included in there for any of the three options. And then related on maintenance, if it's going to be a privately owned community benefit, there has to be provisions for ongoing maintenance to make sure that the benefit remains viable into the future. Now, for the flexible benefits, option 3, there are 2 additional criteria that would be used by the city council, in addition to those that I just previously went over. One is a finding that the value of the bonus is proportional to the value of the community benefit. So, basically that we're not just giving away the stores, if you will. And a finding that the benefit proposed is highly valued by the community. And of course, this would all be, again, at the discretion of the city council. Now, there's one provision of the community benefits program that we actually inserted just this afternoon. This was in response to some comments that we received over the weekend with regard to the 023 Almond Shoey Overlay Zone. A very eloquent title, if I say so myself. There is an overlay zone that surrounds the Almond Shoey neighborhood that was put in place as part of the West Downtown planning process, and it provides a buffer. It has a stepped back height limit for the higher density development that would be surrounding this lower density neighborhood. And it's already on the books. And as currently written, just like the height limits established in the base zoning districts, the development bonuses cannot exceed that stepped back height limit. However, somebody picking up this community benefits program document, reading through it, it doesn't, as it was originally written by us, it doesn't say that clearly. And we do agree that it's important that that be very explicitly included. And so we actually added as an addendum to this attachment, let's see, it's attachment 1, Exhibit A, if I remember correctly, pardon me, adding a new section E that basically just says, hey, you can't exceed the stepped back height limit under the this Almond Shoey overlay zone. Just an added provision, very clearly stating this requirement. So congratulations, you've gone through the largest of these 3 in my presentation. The rest is relatively simple. Let's go on to the second document, the zoning ordinance amendment that's before you. So this does a number of things, all relatively technical in nature. First and foremost, creates a new entitlement type. So entitlement types are things like conditional use permits, design review, general plan amendments, rezonings, variances. Now there's also going to be a community benefits agreement, a CBA, if you will. And the base zone district regulations that are in these 2 plan areas. So these would be some of our multifamily zones, our mixed use zones, our office commercial zones as examples. Those base district regulations would be amended to replace the current requirement for a plan development permit with the new requirement for a community benefits agreement for developers proposing to provide community benefits in exchange for more height, FAR, or density. And importantly, there are no changes to the actual maximum limits for height, FAR, and density. It's merely a change in the process. Also amending the various administrative regulations related to things like public noticing, hearings, appeals, and the like, and specifying that and this is actually also specified in the community benefits program, that the community benefits agreement application happens before the development application. You have to get your height, density, and FAR bonuses in hand before you can then apply for design review to build up to those height, density, and FAR limits, for example. And one kind of little oddball change here is replacing the term chief of planning, or I should say the remaining instances of the term chief of planning, with planning manager. The title for that position held by Mr. Bindernagel here was changed a number of years ago. Unfortunately, the ordinance that changed those provisions in the zoning ordinance missed a few spots, and some of those remaining uses of the antiquated term chief of planning were located in sections that we are now proposing to be revised for the community benefits program. So consequently, I went through and we're as part of the draft ordinance, changing all remaining instances within the municipal code. All but 2 of them are in the zoning ordinance, the remainder in the building regulations, changing chief of planning to planning manager, finishing the work that was started a number of years ago on that. Now, lastly, North Downtown Specific Plan Amendment. Basically, I've already told you about this, to be honest. Removing the affordable housing from the list of potential community benefits, just referring instead to state density bonus law. And actually, I want to add on an additional note that there was a new state law, yet another new state law, signed by the governor about a month ago, as I recall, right before I went to Planning Commission with this, that increased the maximum density bonus possible, affordable housing density bonus possible under state law from the current 35% to 50%. So it would be possible to get an affordable housing density bonus of up to 50% starting in January of 2021. So that really kind of further highlights the sound reasoning in removing affordable housing from the list of community benefits available through this program, and instead just relying on state law for that. So you may want to take a deep breath. I certainly am going to. Those are the 3 documents that we have before you tonight for your consideration. And our recommendation is to adopt 2 resolutions. One, to adopt the Community Benefits Program. The second, to amend the North Downtown Specific Plan. And then to introduce and waive further reading of an ordinance that would amend Title 10, which is the zoning ordinance, Title 10, Chapter 2, I should say, which is the zoning ordinance, and a few provisions in Title 9, which are the building regulations, where it still says Chief of Planning. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Do we have any questions that Mr. Smith can answer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then why don't you start, Councilmember Silva?
Let me ask the one I just thought of. It's a 2-step process for the, first of all, Andy, thank you very much. And I know you've been working on this for a while, and certainly in correlation with the West Downtown and the North Downtown specific plans. And I think we're on definitely the right track. So my question that comes up just in response to your last comments about adopt a resolution, and then read and waive, hear and waive further reading the changes to the zoning ordinance. If I go back to what you said earlier, which is the program will basically be embedded in a resolution, we conceivably could adopt the zoning changes tonight, and the zoning changes tonight are not dependent on everything in the community benefits program document being finalized.
It's the other way around. If you were to adopt the community benefits program tonight, it technically speaking would go into effect immediately, whereas the ordinance, this would be first reading, then we would have second reading in December, and then those regulations would go into effect in January. However, the
ordinance codifies the process, and the program document codifies the benefit itself, 100 feet, 300 bikes.
Essentially, yeah. You can think of the zoning ordinance amendment as kind of the enabling legislation for the community benefits program.
I would add that if the council wanted to, I'm not sure, Councilmember, so this is where your question was going in part.
Well, it is going. I'm going to get nitpicky on this document, and everybody's going to go, oh no, and then I realized, no, but we could just adopt. We could.
You could introduce the ordinance tonight, and if there were further amendments to the community benefit program, the resolution itself, that could come back and be adopted at this meeting where you do the second reading of the ordinance if you wanted to.
Thank you. So before I start asking my really detailed questions, and others may have some as well. The application review process. So the timing of this discussion is really meant to be before the actual entitlement process on the development begins.
Correct.
What happens just theoretically if they They start the development process and then realize, because of changes in market or cost of doing business, or somebody decides they don't really want to sell their land for exactly what they thought they had a deal for, and they decide they actually need a density bonus, they're not precluded from going and asking somewhere midstream and then coming and re-picking up where they left off, are they?
No, not at all. They could come back and ask for more, if you will. Their ongoing development entitlement request, design review or whatever, would still be for the lower amount. Presumably, they would request us to put that on
Oh,
hold.
wait, hold on. We're going to go ask for a community benefit or a development incentive with a community benefit, and then come back and kind of go, okay, we're going to add some more height and density to it. They're not precluded from it. Okay.
Correct.
What do you think the number of meetings will be required and the level of detail that we would be willing to accept to understand the basic project? Because in the community, for the planning commission or the city council to consider this?
So for the planning commission, that would be the points-based option and the site-specific option. It's really the intent that the only thing that comes before them is the community benefit and then the numeric request for the bonus. They're not going to be looking at the development itself. They're going to be looking at a height limit and a density limit and an FAR limit. And then comparing that to what's being proposed in the form of a bonus and calibrated through that points-based list. That's why I said that there's not quite as much discretion. Whereas the flexible option that goes to the city council, we would be looking for some more preliminary drawings, perhaps, if they wished to kind of illustrate their project to the council. But again, and this is necessary to avoid the limit on hearings under SB 330. It really is just looking at the bonus and it's really looking at the benefit being proposed to be provided and the bonus requested, not the development itself. In terms of number of hearings, I would expect for planning commission, most of the time it would just be one hearing, certainly for the points-based option. For the flexible option of the city council, that's really going to depend on the applicant and the council.
But on the points-based option, let's go back to that one. The planning commission would at least need to know that it's an apartment building or an office building. They're gonna have to have some understanding of the land use to be able to even opine at all whether it's the correct bonus category.
Not necessarily. The idea is that the community benefit is a benefit to the community. It's not really meant to be tied to the development itself in terms of being a benefit to that development per se. And the points-based system is really set up to allow the developer just to pick which one they want to do, essentially. It gives them that flexibility, actually flexibility and certainty, but there's a pre-vetted list of benefits that the city council, through adoption of the community benefits program, has said, these are good enough for pretty much anything, regardless of whether it's it's a residential project you're doing or a commercial project.
So, and I know these really weren't vetted, the categories weren't vetted with the planning commission, and because that comes to council.
Well, actually they were through the specific plan. The list, those all come out of the two specific plans.
Those were brainstormed lists, to be frank. They were not prioritized. They did not have any numeric value on them.
Correct.
It was everything from trails to art to pretty light standards in some cases, as I recall. So I guess the zoning amendments referenced three specific types of actions: appeal, amendment, and revocation. And I don't see that referenced in the program document itself, like under what conditions somebody could amend what they have an agreement on, appeal or revocation. Can you elaborate on that, and perhaps that needs to be added?
So an appeal is really just a hearing process. And so that's contained within the zoning regulations. If a member of the public wishes to appeal It's essentially would go, and this would only apply actually to options 1 and 2 under the planning commission, because decisions by the council under option 3 are final. But it would be a de novo hearing at the city council in the case of an appeal. And so the city council would be viewing this essentially as a new application, and we'd be reviewing it under the criteria as such in the community benefits program. What's in the zoning ordinance amendment really just speaks to process. Same with, for that matter, revocation. There are some findings specific to revocation that are already existing in the code. It's basically, if the developer goes and does something different than what they were allowed to do, the city can take away what they've given, that sort of a thing. And it's the same things that apply to, say, a use permit or a design review application.
An amendment?
Amendments, basically an amendment is you're going through the process again. There's the findings, the criteria, they're no different. You're just coming forward now with a different community benefit proposal. And so it'll be reviewed under the same criteria as the original one.
So one of the comments, and then this might be fluid where people have questions in between as well, because I could do this for a while, I think. One of the comments you made earlier, or one of the comments was, well, the council will be able to adopt by resolution amendments to the framework, to the program itself.
Yes.
So what if developer X in this coming year, 2021, gets a community benefits agreement in place for a certain type of benefit, but doesn't move forward to build and actually deliver the benefit for 6 years, which can happen with market forces.
Yes.
Then what if by then we have enough? Somebody else came and did a grocery store, or we've got plenty of public art, or all the linear bike paths are built. I know that sounds like we'd never have enough, but that was a discussion at the specific plan level. Does the city have the ability to force an amendment of a community benefit if it hasn't been built at a certain point in time?
We would have the ability to revoke, and I'm looking through the regulations right now. If I remember correctly, there is also an expiration date if they fail to, much like a use permit, if they fail to actually exercise the entitlement. Lapse of approval, here we go, 10-2-4-407, 1 year. Yeah, it's basically permit or entitlement shall be considered lapsed 1 year after its effective date or at an alternative time specified as a condition of approval unless one of the following has occurred: building permit issued, substantial money has been expended, and construction diligently pursued, and there's some other criteria. But there are provisions that would prevent a community benefits approval from going stale.
So, because the entitlements can go stale, then they have to come back for
They have to start all over.
extension. Well, they have to come back for extensions because those happen at the planning commission all the time. So these
True.
would be tied to it.
The extension process would be the same as for a design review or a use permit, for example.
I understand, but I mean, if you have to come back for an extension of your development entitlements, would the community benefit agreement be tied to it as well and subject to reconsideration in case we got enough?
Yes, yes.
And is it clear that it is? And is it clear? I'm trying to, staff, lawyers, is it clear in the zoning that it is tied to it appropriately?
I would say yes. It's a project involves multiple entitlements, and so much like if a project needs both design review and a use permit, they can't keep it alive by merely extending the design review. They have to also extend the use permit. Otherwise, that approval lapses, and the project no longer complies with zoning essentially, and therefore can't be built. Building permits can't be issued.
I would add to that.
I'm not quite sure you're understanding my question, Andy.
Well, so if I can, I would add to that, Councilmember Silva, if the intent of the question is, let's use the grocery store example, and we've gotten a grocery store and we don't really need another grocery store. If the council wants the ability to be able to reopen the community benefit that was accepted earlier on. So as Andy's indicated, assume that you've got a community benefit that's been granted, and yet you get that same thing built by somebody else. Somebody else builds a plaza or whatever. And so if the council would want the ability to reopen that, we could put some language into the program that would allow that to happen. I think you would want to be thinking about, and frankly, the way that Andy has structured this program helps this. You'd want to be thinking about kind of a like value benefit. So if it's not the grocery store, what's the economic equivalent of that, if you will? And so that's something that we could look at if the council wants to have that additional level of flexibility to be able to potentially open opt for a different benefit. The one thing I would recommend the council keep in mind is that once the developer starts building something,
right,
then they've got vested rights, and you may not be able to amend it as early. But if you've got that hypothetical where the development has just not gone forward, and they still haven't expended funds for it in reliance on building permits, then you would have the opportunity to do that if the council would like that.
I mean, the property would go on the La Virage site. I mean, we approved that project at least 4 years ago, and market forces have kept them, and whatever else is going on, have kept them from making any substantive progress. From what I can see, still an empty parking lot. So, I mean, I think that's important, but I'll check with my colleagues.
If I could real quick, I'd just like to add, Mayor and Councilmember Silva, I think that's the legal avenue. I think there's also a practical management issue related to this in terms of keeping track of what has been authorized through community benefits and keeping that in mind as additional benefits are considered and or authorized, because we wouldn't want to authorize duplicative benefits to the point that they would no longer be relevant. So I think that's more on the practical side of ensuring that we don't have too many of any particular type.
I think actually the example in the staff report and that what we talked about in the North Downtown specific plan was how many water light plazas do you need on any one street? And the answer is probably, although it sounds good in principle, until you realize that there's a whole slew of other benefits that we're not getting when everybody just built a plaza. Okay, I will take a rest for a moment.
Matt, I have to turn my sound off again because my computer is making a lot of noise, so it takes me a while to remember. Matt, you're next, please.
So sticking with that topic of application review, I just want to make sure I understand this. So the community benefit agreement would be a separate entitlement, separate and apart from design review or a use permit. And unlike the typical entitlement process, you would apply for that, a developer would apply for that first and get approval from the planning commission. And that approval could be appealed up to the city council. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so I thought I'd kind of understood it that the formula or there's too many terminologies here. This table 2, the one where just, okay, I want to provide a streetscape improvement of 200 linear feet and I get 2 points for that. There doesn't seem to be a lot of discretion in that, which I think is intended.
Correct.
But when you apply for a community benefit agreement, say you want to do that streetscape improvement, then 10-2.4.1706 says the planning commission may approve that agreement and subject it to conditions which it believes in its sole discretion will make that proposed community benefit promote the public health, safety, and welfare. That it seems like it's inconsistent that the streetscape improvement, which says if I provide 200 linear feet of streetscape improvements, I get 2 points, but then I need a community benefit agreement from the planning commission to get that. And it says it's in their sole discretion and they can impose whatever conditions on it they want.
So that is standard language that is shared in common with pretty much every other planning entitlement contained in the zoning ordinance. That section applies to everything, use permits, design review, and the like. And in a way, you could see it as kind of a regulatory safety valve, if you will. It also does give admittedly gives the planning commission some discretion to work with the applicant. The way around that would be to have a purely ministerial process. That was something we had discussed a few times with the West Downtown Specific Plan, but was decided to go a different direction by the city council. Just wasn't. It was expressed to us that council just wasn't comfortable with allowing that, allowing community benefits to be accepted and bonuses to be granted without going through a hearing process of some sort, through a purely ministerial process.
Mm-hmm. And there are no findings necessarily that the planning commission has to make for that decision. Like you had referenced the negative fiscal impacts being a basis that we could deny a community benefit. But here it seems like it's in their sole discretion, and for public health, safety, and welfare, that's essentially the finding they have to make.
For as it applies to this particular provision, that and the standard findings that are, or not the standard findings, but the community benefit findings that are contained in the program document, which includes that undue negative fiscal impact, as well as just consistent with the consistency with the general plan, and zoning, provisions for maintenance, and I would have to actually look at what are the findings. Oh, and that, publicly owned facilities are being built to city standards, as for example.
So we don't want to make it purely ministerial. We decided not to do that based just on this table, and you need a community benefit agreement. That can get appealed to the council. What would be the basis for appealing that? If they provide 200 linear feet of streetscape improvements, I mean, how would we as a council say, oh, reverse, that was completely wrong, that's not what we intended, when it's saying here that's what they get?
Well, so the justification for somebody to appeal a decision, as I actually say to customers at the counter back when we were open and at the counter, I would tell a potential applicant, a cattle rancher in Wyoming can file an appeal just because they don't like the color of your hair if they want. Doesn't mean it's actually going to be supported, by staff, commission, or council. As far as the reasons why a city council may want to actually uphold an appeal, is just if they feel that the planning commission made an error in its discretion and judgment in approving or denying, whichever decision is being appealed. Just like any other, a use permit or anything else.
And so most of these projects are going to be in mixed use commercial or mixed use residential zones, right?
No, not necessarily. There's also a fair bit of mixed multifamily zoning and office commercial and some retail zones as well. Automobile sales service and maintenance. Automobile sales and custom manufacturing. We changed the name of the district.
But the primary, I guess what I'm getting at is the primary entitlement will be design review for most projects.
Yeah, design review, I would say, is the common theme. Pretty much everything requires design review. Sometimes there'll be a use permit.
So they're going to DRC for that.
Mm-hmm.
And that decision, and then they have to, before they go to DRC though, they'd go to the planning commission the planning commission might not even hear the project itself. The only thing they would hear is a community benefit agreement.
Correct. Yeah, and this would all happen before the developer even applies for their design review application. Back in, I'm trying to remember if this was the discussion with council in May or if it was prior to that with the HCD committee, but we had originally talked about, well, maybe if it's only design review, well, basically we had talked about that the community benefit decision could be heard by whatever the highest approving body is for a project. So if there was only design review, that decision would be made by the DRC, and it was either the committee or the council, again, I forget which meeting it was at, said, no, we don't want to give that kind of decision-making authority to the DRC. That's really more of a planning type decision. So that should stay with the planning commission.
Okay, it's just it's a different construct, I think, than any of us are used to. That the normal obviously being that all the entitlements get bundled together and generally go before one body and are appealable to another body. But then once those approvals are obtained, essentially the developer knows they have a complete package of approvals and they can basically go forward with those approvals. This is a little bit different.
Yeah, this is definitely unique in that there's a pre-development process application, just for the community benefit that happens before the design review application and could potentially be heard by a body that won't otherwise see the development application itself. As far as something being heard by multiple deciding bodies, that's actually pretty common to have, for example, projects that require both DRC and Planning Commission approval.
Councilmember Francois, if I may add to that too, that probably the more fundamental difference here is in that hypothetical you were talking about before, you would assume that there's one set of general plan or zoning standards, but the essence of the community benefits program is that you have the base standards and then you have a second level of standards. So this preliminary step is actually really helping the developer to understand which standards they're designing the project to. So it is different, but the primary difference is in a normal circumstance, the developer says, well, I know what the max is allowed under the general plan. And so they design, if they want to, they design to the max.
Mm-hmm.
Here they have to figure that out before they do their design. And that's why that and SB 330 is why the thought is that if you have them come in before the application stage, the developer can actually understand that with a lesser investment, if you will, and then proceed based on what they have obtained.
That's helpful, Steve. So it's not an entitlement to that higher density. It's not approval of a project at that higher density. It's just saying theoretically that site could be entitled to that higher density.
That's generally correct. I think I want to be clear. I think the understanding of the council so far has been, and staff has been, that if we accept the community benefit that's being proposed, if you will, that we wouldn't then, when the project comes up, say to the developer, well, you only get half of the increased FAR, whatever the standard is. And to be very clear, this is it's an early application, but given that the projects themselves still have to go through a discretionary process afterwards normally, even if it's just design review, they don't have entitlements at this stage. The community benefits determination is not itself the full entitlement to the project. They still have to go through a discretionary process.
I guess what if you had a condo project that was a subdivision and you had to make the findings that the type and location of the subdivision was consistent with the general plan, and you had already made the determination to grant the pre-application, allowing them this greater density. But then when you got to that finding, you're saying, I mean, to what extent are we boxing the planning commission into a corner really on that finding when that finding and that question's really not before them when they're making a determination on the pre-development application.
Yeah, but you're never allowing anything more than what the general plan and the zoning allows for. So they're not being boxed in that way. I was speaking more to the practical point that in implementing a program like this, if developers come in and make a request for a community benefit and they get X, in that preliminary process, and then they get to the decision-making body and they get X minus 90%, then they're probably going to be less inclined to want to go down that community benefits path in the future. And that plays itself out, I think, just in the practical application of this. You could have a situation where a developer, say you're on a really constrained lot or something like that, and they got the community benefit higher density, if you will. But from a practical standpoint, you just can't build it that way. There's some site constraint that prohibits it from being built at the full utilization of what the community benefits program might allow, but maybe they can get 85% of it or 90% of it, then you may have a circumstance where that's what ultimately happens in the actual project approval.
And the CBA does not count toward one of the 5 hearings under SB 330. That's why it was constructed.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, I want to ask, I don't want to dominate. I mean, I want to ask a few specific questions about the use benefits. So one of the benefits was a grocery store or a hotel. And you can certainly have the situation where, like, let's take Plaza Escuela, where we had Andronicos, assuming Andronicos was the benefit that was provided, that it was under community benefits at that time. Andronicos was the benefit. Andronicos goes out of business. How does the city ensure that it gets the bargain of the benefit, that it gets the grocery store that it thought it was getting?
Well, in that case, the landlord would not be able to re-tenant that space with anything other than a grocery store unless they came and applied for a new community benefit agreement proposing a different community benefit for that already constructed facility, which would then free up to put in, say, a restaurant that serves cheesecake.
Which I think is a huge benefit, by the way. But is that built into the zoning that sort of, if, and I don't know that we get down to that level, but that we're confident that that would be required, that if the grocery store or the hotel goes out, it would automatically trigger the requirement for a modified community benefit?
Well, not that they would, not that, if they were to go out, it's just that if they wanted to, if that space were to be re-tenanted. I mean, we don't have a way to mandate that a business continue operations,
no.
but we can prohibit another use from coming in there. And that would be most likely a condition of approval of the community benefit agreement.
It would likely,
and it is admittedly the most I'm sorry, go ahead, Steve.
It's just, as Andy was saying, it would really be a condition that gets recorded against the property, Councilmember Francois. So it would run with the land, and to the extent that there was to the extent that you had a use that had a duration on it of some sort. So say it's got to be a grocery store for 30 years or something like that, rather than in perpetuity. You would just word the condition and the covenant in that manner. And then
that would be like the approval that was granted for the development on the old McDonald's site, where they have to have a hotel in there for a certain amount of time.
So through the conditions, we would ensure that it would either be a grocery store or that a comparable alternative benefit. It would have to come in and apply for a new community benefit agreement and get approval of a modified community benefit through the Planning Commission.
Yes.
I would just want to make sure that we wouldn't be in a position where we're forcing anyone to have a grocery store, because I'm not sure that that would be enforceable.
We would not be in a position of, forcing the Andronico family to keep their doors open for the grocery store, but we would be in a position of saying that, hey, Cheesecake Factory, you can't come in there because the only use that's allowed in that spot is a grocery store as per the CBA and conditions of approval. And if you want to come in with a Cheesecake Factory, you have to apply for a new CBA and, underground some utilities for us or something. And once you do that, then you can come in.
I think we're going to have to talk about this.
Yes, yeah, then I will have one other question about open space, and it was triggered on the example of the DMV site. And the example given was that the open space under the high wire lines would constitute open space that would be a community benefit. That's not what I envisioned by a community benefit. So is there a definition of that term? Like it's otherwise developable land that's put for an open space purpose? Or how would we regulate that to ensure that we're getting, the high quality open space that is, I think, needed in order to justify a community, in order to justify a bonus?
And that's actually precisely the reason why there still is some discretion in the points-based process given to the Planning Commission to to say, yeah, this is good enough, this meets the intent. Because it's really impossible, I'm not gonna say impossible, but it would be very difficult to write some ministerial standards saying what is, say, good enough for an open space benefit without having a bunch of unintended consequences down the line of, ooh, this doesn't meet the standard. It's a great thing, but it doesn't meet the standard. Better to have, something, better to have it kind of, the regulations get you 85% of the way there, and then to have, the discretion of the planning commission pick up the last 15%.
Okay, I think I'm gonna pause there. Thank you, everyone.
I have more questions, Mayor. Maybe these.
We knew that was going to be next, so please. Yes.
Maybe Kevin or Justin have questions in the meantime.
Kevin has one, so let Kevin have his question time.
Keep going. Actually, some of these have been answered along the way.
Okay, then back we go.
So I'm referring to the second page, part D of the points-based benefits. There are three definitions: small projects, medium, and large projects. The medium project definition has two sentences, the second of which is a minimum of 1 point is required for each additional development bonus. For some reason, that sentence doesn't exist for the small projects or the large projects. Does that mean that the sentence just is inadvertently left out and we have to add it in, or there's a different set of rules for small projects and large projects?
No, that was actually intentional. When in doing the analysis of the types of projects and the costs and related factors into the development of the actual projects themselves, the residential or mixed-use projects, and was involved in building to these new increased height density and FAR, there's a number of converging factors that are somewhat unique to that medium-sized project where, building the second and third bonus worth of floors costs more to the developer than to just build one bonus additional floor, if you will. And so in an attempt to try to level the playing field, we propose to have a lower requirement for points for the second and higher bonuses only for medium projects. As an example, to kind of bring a real world example to this, to get the one extra floor, the first bonus, if you will, one of the things you have to do, of course, is provide more parking. And that can generally be accommodated through, structured and lifts and whatnot. But once you start adding another floor, getting up into the, a 5-story building, for example, at that point, especially on a lot of that size, you're looking at going down 1, maybe even 2 levels. And regardless of the size of the building, going down or up levels with a parking garage, you still have to have that 2-way aisle, the ramp between the floors. And the size of that ramp remains more or less the same, whether you're on a 30,000 square foot lot or on a 130,000 square foot lot. But on the smaller lot, it takes up a proportionally larger amount of your available floor area for that ramp. So then to provide that, 4th or 5th floor or 6th floor, I should say, on the smaller site, maybe you have to go down 2 levels and it just gets way more expensive. And so that's why, and that's something that's kind of, it's a matter of economies of scale, basically. And so that's why we, for medium-sized projects, are proposing a lower points requirement for additional bonuses above the first one. It just came out in the math.
Okay, I guess I will believe you. Large projects, can you walk me through? It's 40,000 plus every increment of 20,000 square feet. So a 75,000 square foot parcel is how many points?
A 75,000 square foot parcel is treated the same as a 60,000 square foot parcel in terms of the number of points required. The increment, the lot size increment for needing additional points for each bonus is every 20,000 square feet. There's no rounding.
So all the way up to 79,000 square feet, I get the benefit of, I get the same bonus point requirement as 60,000 square feet? I'm seeing a few slides.
Correct.
You do realize that somebody is going to give away a square foot of land. If I were in that position, I'd be giving a square foot to us and saying, okay, that's yours. I only have 79,000 square feet because of just the size of the increments. Okay.
What's the rationale for that, Andy?
For having a 20,000 square foot increment? As opposed to a smaller increment, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, it made sense to me when you were saying it's lesser points to go higher because it's going to cost the developer more. But why is it that, yeah, that 20,000 square foot was chosen as opposed to 5,000 or something smaller?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear the last part of the question.
Why is it the 20,000 square foot was used as the benchmark to trigger another bonus?
Oh, you know what? It actually came down to kind of what's the smallest increment of points. It's kind of like why we don't have a half-cent coin, you know, because you can't buy anything with it. And so if we were to bring in a smaller than 20,000 square foot increment, the additional, you know, right now we require 1 point for each additional 20,000 square feet. Well, if we make the increment 10,000 square feet, then it's a half a point. You don't get anything for a half a point. I mean, it's really something as kind of silly and simple as that. You know, could we make this a more fine-grained increment? Yes. We would start getting into, you know, well, now you need 15 points for something instead of 8.
Okay, I'll go to my next question. What is meant by add-on? Is it additive? Or can I just rack up a whole bunch of 1 point add-ons across multiple categories and qualify to meet the requirement?
So you only can get the add-on if you're providing one of the regular benefits in that same classification. And,
all right,
and that's actually specified.
That has to be put in writing in this
It
document.
is. Yes, it is. I agree with you completely. That is, yes, I don't know, it's like the third sentence in the paragraph under D1. Either a 2 point or a 1 point benefit must be provided in order to earn add-on points in the same category of community benefits.
Yeah, I think the verb qualify is better than earn, but because in reading it, it didn't register that way. So can you explain? I mean, there's a lot of detail. The numbers moved a lot from the framework in May. So what we really approved in May, in my mind, was a list of categories. Correct. And a sample of, and so now we're at 400 linear feet, 200 linear feet, and we went from 50 bike park. We went for parking for 50 bikes to parking for 300 bikes. Can you explain that significant jump?
It's just a matter of the construction cost of providing bike racks for 300 bikes as opposed to 50 bikes. You know, we want 1 point through bike and ped and bike improvements to cost the same as 1 point under utility undergrounding, for example.
So by on-site, you mean it's not on the private property, it's on public property anywhere?
It's not on the project site.
Okay.
And so most likely, that's why I added the language about maybe just dispersed sites. You know, somebody coming in for this, it would be providing 300 spaces throughout downtown, for an example, which is where then 300 spaces is actually not a whole lot in the grand scheme of things.
On the reference in the transit improvements to real-time arrival information, we can't require that if it's not feasible from CCCTA, correct?
It is feasible, though. They actually have some stops already in their system with real-time information.
Does the developer get to specify, let's say they take the points-based and they're going to do the intersection, an intersection improvement. Do they get to specify the intersection? I mean, at some point, if they're going to physically do it, they have to specify the intersection. Or do
Yeah.
we tell them which intersection?
They have to choose from one of the intersections where improvements are specified in either of the two specific plans. And they have to build it to the standards that are called for, the plans called for in the specific plans. But again, this is also part of the reason why there is still some discretion left to the Planning Commission in approving these.
Okay, so that will be specified, whether it's ped bike improvements or intersection improvements, streetscape improvements, it will all be specified in the proposed community benefits agreement when they come to the Planning Commission.
Yeah, they will actually, the applicant would come forward and say, you know, they're not just going to say, and we wouldn't accept, oh, I'll put 400 feet of bike lane somewhere. No, they're actually going to come in with preliminary drawings showing, here's where we're going to put this class 4 bicycle facility. Here's what we're proposing. And then that would be reviewed by the Planning Commission, the actual plans of the community benefit.
On privately owned public parking structure. I'm trying to think of an example of what this, I mean, I understand what the words mean, but an example. So let's take the Brio project. They overbuilt their parking because they were scared. They didn't think the BART proximate was going to work. And then now they have a lot of.
They didn't believe the planners.
They did, well, you know, or they didn't believe that people would walk, I guess. You know? What are we talking, what are we really referencing here? That
Plaza Escuela, as an example, Plaza Escuela, actually the city contributed.
Yes, but we paid for it.
Yes, we did. But in this case, that would be, you know, those are city owned, those are spaces that have to be made available to the general public. And in the case of the Plaza Escuela, rather than the city coughing up some money, it would be the developer saying, hey, we're going to provide some extra parking. It'll be available to the general public.
So are we making clear here that these would be free of charge, or are they allowed to fiscalize them?
That's a good question. And that was actually something that I specifically thought of when I was writing this. And I fell back to the decisions that were made with regard actually to Plaza Escuela, where I think in that case, I want to say there's a requirement for a revenue sharing. I could be wrong, but you know, we in the city generally use parking charges as a way of managing parking supply rather than just as a pure, you know, revenue matter. And, you know, a operator of a private parking garage is generally not going to charge so much that people just choose not to park there. And so, you know, it's a market-based solution for managing parking demand. You know, we haven't elsewhere limited or restricted property owners' ability to charge for parking, including in the case of Plaza Escuela. And so that was why we went ahead with with the recommendation where we're not specifying a prohibition. But of course, you know, the council, if you choose to, you know, you can include that in this list saying that they have to be free, or that if it's charged, it has to be shared with the city.
It specified that this might need a few more words to say all this, what you just said, which is man, I'd be building those parking spaces and assuming I can charge for them based on the lack of language. So
that would be a correct assumption as it's currently written. But of course, you know, the Planning Commission could choose in its discretion to condition the approval one way or the other based on the you know, situation at hand.
So the cultural arts, and I remember this coming up, and you know, those were wish lists that people had these ideas. Oh, we could have this, we could have that. Market feasibility, what are good priorities, were not always necessarily discussed at the Plan Advisory Committee level. So 2,000 square feet is just a little larger. It's probably smaller than the big Starbucks that's at the corner of Mount Diablo and Locust. But the whole statement is used on a permanent basis for publicly accessible cultural arts facilities. Does that mean we're taking it over and maintaining it? And I mean, to me, this has the same nuance of grocery store, hotel, which is who's going to who's,
It would not be required unless they decided to exercise the donate land or build facilities on city-owned land add-on point, where they actually give it wholesale to the city, and then the city owns it and controls it if the city decides to accept it. Short of that, it would remain in private hands, but as stated, it would have to be operated by a government or nonprofit organization, the cultural arts facility.
can you elaborate a little bit on the ground floor? I think the key word on ground floor local retail and service is the word local. Because I kept reading it over and over, and what's the community benefit here that is intended to be actualized?
So this is one of those, again, came out of the specific plan process where the use itself is seen as a community benefit, having, specifically smaller retail and personal service uses would tend to be more neighborhood oriented and less likely to be a national chain. That was, I'm just speaking what the community said through the planning process for West Downtown. And I will tell you that add-on one point about, that the use is operated by a tenant who had been nearby within 2 years of project construction. That is partially an outgrowth, I believe, of a lot of people saying, well, what about the vacuum cleaner store on Mount Diablo Boulevard? And I'm not, the list of the types of community benefits on this list, I am just we are presenting what was spoken for and approved in those two specific plans. We have not made, staff's not made any recommendations to change the list beyond removing 2 items as described actually in the staff report for other reasons. And it's a fully, I suspected correctly as it would seem that this list would be a main topic of conversation tonight, and for good reason. And the city council, of course, you can choose to add or remove things from this list before approving it.
You're answering my questions. There were a number of times during this North Downtown specific plan process, and I guess shame on.
Oh, they're there. Okay, we've done that.
Okay, and then the council has opened it for public comments tonight, so you could close the public hearing if you want. You can always choose to reopen it at the next meeting.
I'd be happy to close the public comment, and I so do that.
Okay. And then there's no further action on this item tonight. The ad hoc committee would meet with staff, and then they would come back at the next, meeting, presumably, with any edits that they would propose. And then the council could take it up at that point. Again, it would be within your discretion to take public comments at the next meeting. You wouldn't have to, but it's within your discretion.
It would be another person besides me, but yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the last thing is, if the council does want to continue the final 2 items in the closed session, if someone could just entertain a motion to carry those forward to the next meeting, then we would do that.
Move to continue items 5C, 5D, and the 5B from the closed session forward to the December 17th. December 17th? 15th.
Yes.
December 15th, 2020 City Council meeting. The first plus 14 is 15, right?
Yeah, right.
Second.
Thank you. All right, may I have a roll call vote on the motion?
Councilmember Silva. Aye. Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell.
Microphone's not working apparently. Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
And Mayor Haskew.
Aye. Now I can officially close the meeting and say it's adjourned.
Yes.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Good night, and thank you all for your hard work. This has been a pretty complex meeting, and I appreciate everything you've done. And I'll see you in December. Good night.